howdy, 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 folks. How is everybody doing? On this very fine Sunday, we find ourselves here yet again. Here in the Twitchverse, here in the ether, here in this mad fucking realm. I hope y'all are having a good day. Sumitha, good to see ya. Thought I'd let you know. I think we're gonna do our first, I put it on my little schedule, our first live reading for Operation Lancaster, some of your work this Tuesday. I was trying to think of people that I know, because, you know, using copyrighted material on Twitch for virtually anything, including just live reading, a little questionable, a little shady, a little shaky. But, you know, if I know people who do writing, who write a thing, who are creative, then I can just go, hey man, can I read your shit? And thank you very much for the permission, Sumitha. Dragon Printer, good to see you. Making progress on projects, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Any progress at all, really. It's, you know, you gotta grab the motivation when you have it, and take it just as far as it will take you. Merlin Models, good to see you, man. How you doing? How are things, Merlin? I am doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. Steeping myself a little bit of tea here. I'm thinking of switching over to loose leaf. I'm thinking of switching over to loose leaf tea. Just because, and you've probably heard of this, Merlin. Oh my god, Caddick Harmony. It's the Caddick Concubine. How you doing, man? Welcome in, Caddick Harmony. It's wonderful to see you. How was it, fucking fuckhole, manhole? What were you playing? What was that game? You know the one I'm talking about. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Hey, Lady B, good to see ya. But yeah, Merlin, you might have heard of this. Oh, thank you for the reminder. My tea's still steeping, so I'm gonna. Right to the source. That's the business. Oh, that good, Elder. I swear, like that game, I don't get it. I tried to get it. I gave it, you know, the old college try, and I was just like, this is fun. I'm making ammunition. Look, I'm helping. I've seen some exciting moments between Alaric and Chaotic, but I've never been part of any of them. Paradox, thank you so much for the resub. Good to see you, man. I've been, you know, ups and downs, but overall pretty damn good. Thank you so much for asking. Merlin, you've probably heard of this, like, island of wet wipes over there in the UK. I don't remember what river it's in, but in one of the rivers over there is, like, a small island of wet wipes, like the ones that say flushable, which I guess there was a lawsuit that was won in Australia by corporate interest. Thank you so much for getting that shout out, by the way, Data Nerd folks. Check out Tobean Lord if you haven't. Tobean, it's excellent to see you. Roland, welcome in. And Paradox, thank you so much for your support, man. I really do appreciate it. You keep things going around here. Keep the lights on. Keep the furnace burning, as it were. But yeah, there was a lawsuit that was won in Australia, I guess, where they were suing a manufacturer, saying, like, your wet wipes say flushable on them. Is it the Thames? That sucks. That's a pretty big one. How many rivers do they have over there? That place is like, what, the size of Manhattan? How many rivers can they have? But they sued the company to say that that their wipes weren't, like, really flushable. They say flushable wipes on the package. And the company wound up winning the lawsuit because the argument was that technically they are flushable because you can put them in the toilet and you can flush them. That was the argument. And on that technicality, they won the lawsuit and the right to keep putting flushable on their packaging. But those wet wipes, they're like, you read the word flushable and you think to yourself, and I've heard people say this to me, you think to yourself, oh, that means that they'll, it's safe to flush them. And no, it does not mean the same thing at all. It means technically you can put them in the toilet and you can flush them and they will go down the tube, which is not what most people are thinking. And as I believe, maybe not a direct but a related result, yeah, there's an island of wet wipes in the Thames, which is fucking insane. No, they don't break down. The reason that they are wet wipes, they're plastic. They're mostly plastic, which is why they can be wet wipes, why they can be wet and not tear apart. And it's fucking crazy. It's insane. But all this is leading into me talking about loose leaf tea. You're asking yourself how? How is this possible? Well, that same, nylon plastic blend that they use for that. And hold up. Today was a bit rough. Kept dying without getting many kills. That's just every time I play the game, Chaotic. Every single time that I play. Manix the Lemur, good to see you. Yeah, we watched Breen's Twisted Pair last night. You did miss it, but fear not. We're probably going to wind up going back through his movies here at some point in the future. Next thing we're going to have up on our watch nights, which will not be this Saturday, but the Saturday after this upcoming Saturday, we're going to start Band of Brothers. We're going to do the first 3 episodes of Band of Brothers, arguably the most enjoyable of the series. So if you want to join us for that, be there Saturday the... what would that be? Not the 9th, but the 16th. So probably 16th, 23rd, and 30th, we're going to be watching Band of Brothers and should be finishing it up at the end of the month. But a lot of tea bags, I have discovered, are made with that same... Not that you're flushing tea bags, that's not my point, but they're made with that same non-degradable, nylon plastic mesh. It's really, really hard to find ones that are made with, paper or silk anymore. And as soon as you start reading about that, there's lots of stuff about, this company, that company, yada yada. I'm like, let's just get fucking loose leaf tea. I hear that it's better anyway. Just use a little metal strainer, I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I'm drinking tea regularly now, and it seems like it's a worthy investment of my time and my effort. Because I have literally nothing better to do. The wipes we get are cotton. Rocketeer / Captain America first. Did we do that? I would swear we did a Joe Johnston double feature for one of our movie nights, and we did the Rocketeer and Captain America the First Avenger, because those are both Joe Johnston movies, and they're amazing. Yeah, I mean, you can... I tossed that just right into my compost at that point, Lady B. I would swear we did. I could be misremembering, but was that it? We've watched both of those movies, though. Was it just in different combinations? Lady B Movie Night is on Discord, and if you go to the Welcome channel of the Thunderhead Studio Discord, you can go ahead and get a tag for Movie Night, and you will get pinged when we put out announcements in the channel. I think maybe Roland is right then, Kursala. Maybe we talked about it, but I had just watched The Rocketeer. Yeah, shit, we could do that. I'm ready to watch The Rocketeer again. That movie's fantastic. That movie's, better than you remember it, if you remember it. And if you haven't watched it, it's so good. It's so good. It is a wonderfully crafted movie. Between it and Captain America the First Avenger, it is the better movie. And I say that as someone who likes the First Avenger, even though a lot of Marvel fans don't. I like how corny it is. It has problems, I think, mostly with pacing. The latter half of Captain America the First Avenger, really slows down a lot. But, yeah, no, it's The Rocketeer is a whole lot of fun. It has a fantastic conclusion. It's got Timothy Dalton delivering just an absolutely stellar performance. Cliff Secord is a favorite character. It's oh man. Yeah, I watched that movie as a kid, and it's only gotten better as the years have gone by. Through something in the Storm Report for what feels like the first time in ages. It's a little odd. Only months, if you count months as ages. Like, Merlin, I think the last thing we saw from you was when you painted fucking that emo Space Marine. And that was not that long ago. Paul Servino, yeah. That scene at the end with Paul Servino and the feds when the Nazis show up, you know? That's a great... Spoilers, I'm sorry. It's a great scene. You know the one I'm talking about, Roland, where the feds and the gangster mooks look at each other and they're like, okay. Any idea what the next Conquest base theme will be? So, I've got a couple of ideas, Cigar, and the one that I'm really cozying up to the most is a theme that I'm calling Fetid. It's either Fetid Bog or Infected Bog. I'll probably have another name for it by the time that I finish it, but the idea is going to be a, essentially a swamp environment that is showing signs of, like, severe biomantic infection. And it's meant to be a set of bases that are ideal for the spires. It'll have lots of that sort of biological business going on, like tendrils coming out of the ground. A lot of the trick to doing the Conquest bases is figuring out how to do details, because it's easy to just take details and slap them down on the trays and the bases and have them, like, cross over the lines and whatnot, but I hate that. I hate when details cross over breaks in trays like that, because then you have, like, a vine that's broken in half, and they're, you know, one half is rotated away from, like, I hate that shit. So I try to do my details confined and never crossing the boundaries between the, this is how I'm going to illustrate the boundaries, if you will, of the bases and the trays. So the trick is finding the right way to do the details that really are whole details. A little bit of a slow process, but right now all we're waiting on is the bases that we have right now we're waiting on pricing from a Sciorez caster to see if we can't get those available for just straight purchase and not printing. And as soon as we can get that done and we get those, like, packaged up and in the store and moving, then I'm gonna hit them with the next set of bases, and hopefully that set will be available, like, STLs and Sciorez casting is just boom boom right in a row. That's our goal. Let's play every printer's least favorite game. Do I have enough filament? I've gotten pretty good at that game. I'm just eyeballing it these days. And that's not off topic, Cigar. That's incredibly on topic. We do a lot of 3D printing here. Yeah, I know the feeling, Merlin. I haven't painted in a little bit longer than that. I'm just not feeling it right now. I'm just not feeling painting, but for whatever reason, I have a lot of motivation to work on 3D stuff, and considering I'll have months where I don't do anything in 3D, I'm just like, just do it. Just while I got it, that's what we're doing. How have you been, by the way, Lady B? Joe made the first Captain America film into propaganda film for the U.S. military during World War I. Wait, are you talking about The Rocketeer? What else has Joe Johnston done? Trying to rush through a lot of hobby and not a lot of time. Mini vacation next weekend and my demo kit is lacking. No pun expected. That's the funny thing, is when I do feel the urge to paint, you know what I keep looking at? I look at my desk and I'm like, I should just throw these acrylics away. Like, I'm gonna keep them because they're still useful for a lot of different things. But all I want to do is oil paint anymore, man. It's just, like, almost completely replaced my desire to paint with acrylics. Every time I'm like, I should go back and, like, I was looking at some of my Beyond the Gates of Antares figures and thinking, like, what's a really quick paint scheme I could do on these guys? Because I got a bunch of Algoran armored infantry. And I immediately just started thinking, like, you know, alizarin crimson, cadmium red. Started thinking about my Gamblin Radiance. Like, that's just where my brain goes now. Who's getting greased up? Oh, we all are. We all are, baby. How you doing, Happy Heritage? That's good. That's good. Talking about Captain America, the first Avenger. Oh, Oh, okay. I like that movie. It's enjoyable. It has a weak as shit second half. But, yeah. I might end up doing it in oils. Kursala. Oh my god. Oh my, is my head huge? Like, I'm looking at myself in the camera, I'm just like, god, did my skull get bigger or something? Like, what's wrong with me? Some kind of mutant. Oh, let's make my head smaller. Let's push this button. Oh, all our ammo's gonna explode tonight. It's all gonna explode, baby. How you doing? How you doing, Trotsky? It's good to see you. Oh, crap. What am I doing? Okay, let me pull up some of my references here. Battletech. Oh, this isn't the right folder. This is the wrong folder. Wargaming, Battletech, 6mm mechs, D-Scene. Here we go. Pull this over for my own reference. Don't have too much work left to go on this guy, but I need to make his hands good and proper, since we're just using placeholders at the moment. Hey, Shiny Mew, good to see you. How you doing, man? How goes the painting? Oh, that reminds me of a mistake. I'm gonna do that right now. Yes. They are having a sale over at Warlord, and I actually want to take advantage of it. Hang on. US and rest of world. Bear with me for a moment while we do a little bit of mini shopping, folks. Because yeah, there's a killer sale on right now. But they're running out of stuff, and I want to nab some of this Algoran business. Hold up, this is the wrong window. Pardon me. Alright, now let's see. Gates of Antares, Algoran, and I want to pick up one of the plastic Domari squads since they released that. No, I'm not going to go through the sales process or even log into my account on this screen. We're just going to be filling the shopping cart, Lady B. And I'm thinking, yeah, they're out of stock of a lot of stuff that I would grab. Do they have the hazard suits? Oh, not at all. Not at all, Shiny Mew. Ever wanted to play a vampire survival variant with mechs and bugs instead as a theme? Wait, what? Vampire survival variant. Explain that more thoroughly, Elder. Please. What are some of the standout mechanics for Antares? Cigar, have you played Bolt Action? No, I'm not even gonna go into the shopping cart in case like personal details pop up with my autofill. Don't worry about it. I'm on it. I just want to figure out what I'm getting. I've got Strike on Car on 9. That just comes with infantry. I need a Skimmer Command Squad. I need more armored infantry, but I think their starter army is the best deal for that. I think they have an Avenger Attack Skimmer in that too. Avenger Wing, that would be a good deal, but bleh. Out of stock. I don't give a shit about their character, really. I think I have one of him, actually. I want an AI intruder skimmer squad. Yes, I want that. Okay. I have not played Vampire Survival. What is this? What is this? Okay, Afro Cigar. Beyond the Gates of Antares is basically bolt action, but sci-fi. And I think the most notable features are that it uses a randomized activation system wherein every unit that you have in your army is a die that you then get to put in a bag, and everybody puts all their dice, their command dice, into one big bag, and then you shake it up, and then you reach in and you draw dice. So the more units you have, the more likely your die is to be drawn, but it's a random activation system. I think notable features are that it uses a D10 system, which has a really nice probability curve to it. These stats are all then based on a 10, so it's like you never have to do any math for what you're rolling. Stats are a 1 to 10 number, and a check is just trying to roll that number or below. So the higher your stat is, the better it is, and it's really easy to tell at a glance because it's 1 to 10. Every species in the game is a variant of human. They're all, like, post-human modifications, so there is sort of a base stat line for a human being is like 5 all the way across the board, and then those values go up or down depending on what sort of transhuman they are. If they're like the Boramites that have, like, rock skin and they're evolved for, like, hardcore digging and whatnot, then they're physically tougher, but they're also slower. Notable features is that getting shot is usually almost immediately fatal. Like, guns kill very, very quickly in this game. There are some funny armor mechanics. Most of them don't necessarily make you just harder to kill. Some of them make you more resistant to explosives. There's like the Isaurians, who have phase squads where their quantum position is somewhat randomized, so like you can see them and shoot at them and they just won't be there. Essentially what it equals is they just have a random chance to not be where you think they are when you're shooting at them, which is a pretty cool mechanic. There's a reaction system that works really well, where if somebody, like if you meet the conditions for a reaction, like someone's firing at you and you haven't activated yet, then you can do something like try to run for cover or try to return fire at them. It's a remarkably well-balanced game now, and they just released version 2 of the rules that I am very, very eager to try out. I have had quite a lot of fun with Beyond the Gates of Antares. I would not call it the most balanced game system, just because the random order dice do mean that, like, if you're playing as the Gar, it's possible to just flood the order bag with dice on a single turn. I've done that before. I don't know if that's still possible. It might not be possible in version 2, but that used to be my strategy with the Gars. I took a lot of really, really cheap units and a couple of big, mean elite units, and then on one round, I would just use all my special abilities at once, and I would dump a bunch of extra dice into the bag, and then I would play a card that removes an enemy die from the bag. And it was just like, I'm just gonna activate, just over and over. Best starter army for Gates of Antares. The Strike on Kara 9 box is really good. It's just a couple of squads of the Concord and a couple of squads of Algoran, and they're probably the most baseline and easy to understand factions in the game that use slightly modified versions of the basic stat line with some unique weapons. Don't get the first starter set with the Gar in it. The Gar are an awesome army. They're probably my favorite army in the game, but there's like every army in the game that's all slight modifications of one another with different strengths, and then there's the Gar, and the Gar just straight fucking break the game. The Gar are the one faction that is completely removed from the normal way that the game is played. They are fucking off the wall. They're a lot of fun, but they're super duper elite, and they play very, very differently, and that was the first army I started with, and it took me a while to figure out how to use them. Yeah, I know the feeling, Cigar, I do. Alright. I don't need a command squad. I am gonna go ahead and get the Algoran starter army. The models are all pretty nice. Now, there's a lot of metal in the Antares range, but a number of figures have moved to plastic. You can get Freeborn in plastic now, you can get Algoran is all in plastic, Concord's all in plastic. They're working on getting the Isaurian phase squads in plastic, I know. Let's see, yeah, this comes with the AI command squad, a bunch of armored infantry, comes with an X launcher, comes with an Avenger skimmer. Yeah. I want that. Okay, what have I got? I need like one more thing to get free shipping. Scout skimmer, skimmer command, Algoran starter army. Easiest faction to paint. None of them are really that difficult. I think the Isaurians are kind of difficult to paint. The Gar aren't terribly difficult to paint, and their main infantry are in plastic, which is really nice. I think the Algoran and the Concord are really very straightforward. The Concord have the highest overall technology level, so their basic infantry is the most expensive and the most powerful of the basic infantry in the game. I think the Freeborn are kind of the lowest tech for basic infantry. You can have lava mites and rock monsters if you're playing as the Boromites, though. I don't want to go crazy and get like a Defiant or any of the new tanks that they have. I just want something simple. Fractal Bombard. Fractal weapons are neat. They do more damage every round that they're shooting at the same enemy without moving. So it's like you start shooting a kind of a weak beam at an enemy, and if they stay there and don't move, which you can get a lot of advantages for not moving, then it just hits them harder every single turn until it completely obliterates them. That is true, Amishtig. The Gar are easy to paint because you don't have to do many of them. I just want to add one thing. You know what? I know what I want to add. I want to go to the Freeborn, and I want to add one of their newer plastic Domari squads. I have a bunch of Freeborn I need to paint. Like, I've got their Sky Raiders, these models. These are fucking metal, which is crazy. But they weren't really that bad to build, and I need to paint them. I have a Striker, I don't need that. Where be their plastic Domari? Domari squad, this is the plastic one. Excellent, yes. I have a bunch of metal Domari, and I don't want to repaint them. I'd rather just swap them over to these new plastic kits. $24 to get free shipping, $28, that'll work out nice. I'll show you the Gar. They really are visually the most interesting army. I guess not technically. I think visually the most interesting army are probably the Isaurians. I have some of all of these factions. The Isaurians are like the Guyver. They're all wearing like bio armor. And you see like their commander has like crazy tendrils waggling out of his shoulders and shit. All their stuff is like weird, creepy biotech. Their X-Howitzer looks very much like it has a scrotum. Alright, let's take a look at the Gar real quick, because there's Gar Empire and there's Outcast. I haven't played Outcast, I've only played Gar Empire. But yeah, these were the guys that were in the initial starter set, which was Xylos Horizon? Is that what it was called? It was called something like that. Maybe Battle for Xylos. But where everybody else has like 5 to 10 man squads of infantry as their basic squad, this is your basic Gar squad. It's these big ass 3-legged mech suits. Oh my god. Apparently it's raid day. Nobody told me. Nobody warned me. War Duck Minis. Bringing down the thunder. Welcome in. How you doing, War Duck? Welcome in, Raiders. We're about to do some 3D modeling on some battle mechs, but I'm currently working on taking advantage of the sale going on over at Warlord Games. Oh, is that what it was? No, you know, I don't check my messages anywhere near enough. You gotta send me a wolf next time, War Duck. I hope you had a good stream, man. What were you up to? I can say, if anybody has played Bolt Action, it's basically the same rule system, but with a bunch of sci-fi stuff layered in there. And the Gar are awesome, because these battle suits of theirs that are their basic infantry are essentially impervious to most man-portable weapon systems in the game, which is a lot of fun if you're playing as the Gar. It's really hard for people to take down your troops, but you only get a few squads of them. And painting a Lancaster and the battleship Roma, you work on some pretty cool stuff, Warduck. I generally, when I'm like hunting for streams, I do these days try to hunt for streams that aren't just doing whatever Games Workshop just released. Like every fucking stream in the world right now is doing Chaos Knights. There's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, they're very cool models. People are really enjoying it. But it's just, you see 10 of them, you've kind of seen them all. And man, Warduck Minis works on some truly unique stuff, particularly if you're into more historical modeling. Like, damn, some of the work I've seen over on Warduck. Again, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. History Geek 98 and Randned. We're gonna go with that. Randned. You can correct me if you like. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, folks. I've got a bunch of Gar here. Let me pull these guys up real quick. Where be they? Let's go into minis, Antares. Let's see. Here's my Isaurians, which again I need to do more of these fellows. But you can see they're all ooey gooey and weird looking, all kinds of gross. Hecaton, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and a very good morning to you. Things are going well. Thank you so much for asking. It's okay. R and N 3D. R and N 3D. Oh, R and N 3. I see it now. Now that you literally spell it out for me, I see it. Thank you so much for the correction. All right, let me see though. Where are my? Here's another group that I've painted from Antares, my Boramites. You can see they have like these crazy fucking lava rock monsters. Hang on, let me make this go away for a second. These are one of my favorite armies, because they're just like a bunch of naked rockmen with mining tools as their primary weapons. I custom made this guy who's riding on like a floating disc with an electro whip. And so these are all official models. R and N 3D. I'm gonna come up with a better thing to call you. These are all official models from Warlord Games, and these ones are actually metal. I painted these years ago at this point. They've adapted a lot of these into plastic since then, and I'm picking up some more from this range right now. Like these Isaurians, these are all metal, and they're getting ready to release these guys in plastic again. Robin, we'll go with Robin. That's 2 Robins we got now. I think I can probably tell the difference. I personally like this unit over here on the right the most, because this is a sniper that's just sort of squatting there with this big weird-looking helmet, and then their sniper rifle is this floating phallus over here that is a completely separate model and shoots independently of them. Also, their guns shoot through time. Don't ask me how. Warduck, absolutely. Go stretch your legs, live your life, man. You've been streaming. Thank you so much for the raid. You have a fantastic evening. And folks, if you're not following Warduck Minis, you're going to want to head on over there and drop a follow. Check out their next stream. Alright, the one that I wanted to show you, though. I have like 7 armies for Beyond the Gates of Antares. It's a great game. Where the hell is it? That's not it. Where are my Gar? Boramites? Oh, here they are. Gar Empire. Huzzah! Yeah, this is... Honestly, this is a fairly large number of... Like, these are just small chunks of what would compose an army of these factions. This is a fairly large army of Gar. Their units cost a whole hell of a lot. Is that one blue thing a baby soldier in a pram? So here's the thing. All of the factions, even if it's through the past, then they could be slow and still hit. Yeah, all of their stuff uses, like, time phase technology, which is pretty neat when you read about, like, all the sci-fi in Antares is, like, super far out there. The human factions are all, their brains are all connected by clouds of nanobots. They think as, like, one singular entity. It's kind of nuts. Every single faction are humans, but they're humans that have evolved over time to adapt to their particular environments. The Gar have these are humans. These horrid little things down here are humans that have just evolved into these diminutive and nasty, cruel, vicious little things, little goblin men. And that's what's driving these suits. But if one of these guys in the suits, like, fails at their job, or pisses off their commander, or does something else to get demoted, they lose their suit, and they wind up in one of these squads down here with these shitty little rifles and no armor. And then they are led by these ones who get a little bit of armor, and they get these electro whips. So their lowest form of infantry are these hordes of little goblin men being driven into battle by men with whips. And then they're sort of the meat shield for these big nasty suits with automatic weapons and grenade launchers to come in behind them. And then this is the command crawler, which just has a metric shit ton of guns on it, and it's got 2 little Gar up front and 1 guy up here commanding. They're really neat. I love the aesthetic of the Gar, and I love the way that they play, but again, if you're going to get into this game, don't start with the Gar Empire. They play completely differently from every other faction, to the point that if you're even playing as them, they introduce a mechanic to the game that no other faction does. And that's just, according to the lore, it's because the nature of their technology is all fucked up. They use dangerous, like, reality warping tech that other factions are terrified of. But these guys have them in literally every single reactor. They have a lot of mechanics where they can overcharge the reactors in their suits, and they become faster and tougher and stronger for one turn, but they have like a 50-50 shot of burning their reactor out and crippling themselves for the rest of the game. So they're high risk, high reward, and they're like super. They're both ends of the spectrum. They're either super elite or super hordy, and there's kind of nothing in between. How you doing, Automat? I'm talking about Beyond the Gates of Antares because I'm about to order some models because Warlord's having a sale. Speaking of which, I think that's everything I want to get. Domari Squad, Algoran Starter Army, Intruder Scout Skimmer Squad, Intruder Skimmer Command Squad. Yeah. That should just about cover. Yeah, all the designs are really pretty clever, heck a ton. And I like the lore for Beyond the Gates of Antares, because it's like, it's the future of our Earth, but it's like so far in the future that it has almost no connection to us. And I think that they're actually, they've like been sealed off from Earth for something like 30,000 years or something like that. Because it's there are a, like, essentially humanity went through a wormhole that we found in our solar system, and on the other end we came out in the high photosphere of a red giant star called Antares, which is an actual star. And then we discovered that there is like this weird layer of wormholes all in the upper photosphere of this star that all go to not just different places but different times. And so it's like we use Antares as this wormhole nexus to then get to different solar systems. And sometimes the wormholes will close for like 100, 200 years and then reopen again. Sometimes new wormholes will open to new places. It's all kind of unpredictable. Kind of like Warframe. So far in the future, Earth is basically in it. Yeah. I think Earth, like, nobody knows where Earth is anymore in Beyond the Gates of Antares. Like, we left it behind so long ago, and our evolution has diverged so much that even if we could make it back to Earth, it would be meaningless. Need to make hills. Starting the printer now to do walls. Any suggestions on trees? Amish Stig, if you haven't checked out Vergatarung's trees, his hexes of vegetation on Steel Warrior Studios, they're real nice. They're really, really well built. Alright, I'm gonna move this off screen so that I can put in payment information without giving the game away. And all my shipping information for that matter. Do I need these models? No. But the sale is really good, and I do want them. It's one of those where, like, I don't know when I'll get around to doing my Algoran, but I know that I want them, so I might as well take advantage of this sale while it's on. Enter my little Shopify code. Same as shipping address, free shipping, review order. Yeah, complete. I have the Algoran forces from Strike on Kara 9, but that's just infantry, so this will give me a bunch of infantry, a command squad, some bikes, a tank, the essentials to have a more functional army. Ooh, I've got cash back? Yeah, use that. I'll take some of the sting out of it. There's no magic in the setting either, but there is sort of like a spell mechanic, because there are evolved humans called New Hue who have their brains directly tapped into the nanosphere, and they're able to manipulate the nanobots. See, is that everything? Damari, starter army, scout skimmer, command squad. Yep. And that comes the next launcher. Excellent. Order placed. Soothe me with your voice. Oh, Thunderman. Dr. Rhino, good to see you, man. How you doing? He's buying those models with our money. Kind of. How was your birthday, Dr. Rhino? I hope you had a good one. Let me see. Anything else I need to do? I don't think so. Hit me with them biddies. Oh yeah, that takes a little bit of the sting out of it, baby. I'm just taking advantage of that Warlord sale. Oh yeah, here are some of the plastic, like, the battle suits during assembly. Like, they're all styrene. They're actually a really nice kit. Man, this was a long time ago. I was painting Guild Ball, for Christ's sake. Look at that. That's insane. Yeesh. Behold! Rubik's Cube! How you doing today, man? Still trying to pick a faction. Is there a high mobility faction? I'd like to move it. So, any faction that has bikes can have their army built in a high mobility fashion. It, like, the way that army building works is a little different, but if you take a command squad of bikes, that usually then opens up list building for you to then take more bikes as troop options. So you can run C3 as primarily a biker army. You can use phase bikes with the Isaurians to run primarily a biker army. You can do the skimmer squads with Algoran to do a primarily mobile army. If you want mobility, do not play Gar. Do not play Boromites. They are not mobile at all. You can do high mobility with Freeborn. I don't think there's a faction that is necessarily higher mobility than another in that sense. It's as long as they have bikes and you're willing to invest in them, you can generally do a speedy army, though. I think that the C3 bikes are going to be more elite and very fast, and then the Algoran are probably going to be the lowest tech and the highest number and very fast. And I'm trying to think, is there anybody else? There's a new faction called the Virai. I don't know shit about them. I think that they're fast, but they're all like a bunch of crazy nanobot drones. I haven't played them, I haven't played against them, so I can't speak to it. High mobility, high damage, probably C3 bikes, honestly. They're really, really hard hitting. They're like elite bikers. Also, you can take drop troopers as the C3. Troopers that have like gravity packs and they can do like bounce jumps. Really, really high mobility infantry. I don't think anybody else gets infantry that are quite as high mobility as C3 does. C3 is the Concord Command something. I don't remember what the 3 C's are. But definitely not Boramites. Not these guys. These guys are slow as shit. Alright. I mean, you can just charge into people's faces as the Gar. It's possible to do. You're never going to be as fast as bikes. Even their equivalent of bikes have 3 big stompy legs on them, and they're slow. Okay, you can play fast Boramites, but the Boramite version of bikes are... hang on, let me see. I'll pull them up. And I have some of these guys that I haven't painted. The Boramite version of biker squads are... Rock Riders. These fucking guys. Which are really neat models. They're giant, like, rock monsters with dudes riding them with lances. They're actually very cool. And they're faster than everything else that the Boramites have, but that's still not all that fast, unfortunately. 3 big legs, but he only walks on 2 of them. Sometimes I like to kind of hobble on the 3rd one just to give my heels a break, you know what I mean? That's a wiener joke. Lurk for a job online, interview for a company. Fuck yeah, Hecaton, good luck, man. Ren, it's good to see you, by the way. How you been, Rubix? It's good to see you, too. Need to finish our terrain set. What sketches do you need for me? You know what? I'll hit you up tonight, Dr. Rhino, because, like, I just polished off that 3rd, like, I mean, the Crystal Badlands set that I've been working on. Because it was just like, that was all that was filling my brain, because I was so close, and I'm like, boom, I'm done with it. So we're gonna get back on the magma complex, because they go together like you know, like a barrel of monkeys. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we never talk about that sort of thing. They also have a leader that's, I think, on a Rockmite. I think I have her. I do have this model. Again, I've never finished painting her, but yeah, the Gildes Aran Gestalin. With her big, crazy, freakish rock head. And a shrieking rock beast. And they've added some new things since the last time I played Boramites. I think they got here it is. The Matronite Brood Mother. I do want this model. I'm not gonna get it right now. Because I've got enough Boramites and I want to flesh out my Algorans. But this model is so fucking cool. It's just a big, shrieking, rocky lava beast. That, like, somebody has bored a hole in so that they can ride her and put weapons on her. It's so neat. But again, very slow. Very slow, very powerful. Lots of guns, Jesus. Have they added anything else? Rock Rider Overseer Squad, so that's a command squad. Rover Drone Surveyor, Boramite Miner, Leader. Lots of guys with drills. This is new. Boramite Hauler. It's kind of a cool figure. It's probably all resin, I would imagine. Neat design, though. Yeah, see, I would say, like, if you're gonna play Boramites, this seems like this is probably almost a requirement. Because your most powerful units are super close range. They have, like, fractal mining drills. So I'd imagine stuffing them into a hauler and then running them up close to the enemy is the only way that you're gonna really make them work, for the most part. I have a general sense of print time on the Verg trees. Not offhand. They don't take that long, though. You could almost certainly get... I mean, depending on your... Like, if you're going with 0.2 layers, which is probably the highest that I would go, you can probably run off... in a day? 10 of them? Maybe? I guess it depends on what your print settings are. Not terrible, though. Tell me what faction to pick and paint for when we hang out. Wait, which faction for what, Dr. Rhino? Most of these games, like, if you're gonna come play Antares with me, don't buy shit. I have 7 factions, dude. don't. I mean, if you want to, I'll pick a faction for you, but I own 7 armies. You really don't need to. I appreciate your initiative. Hey, what's up, Voxel Forge? Beyond the Gates of Antares? Dude, it is. It's a great game. It's one of the games I enjoy the gameplay of the most, and they just released a version 2 of the rules. I haven't tried it yet, but I do plan to. Alright, I should actually work on this now. What do you say? Work on my Panther. Oh, you got the Fallen Divinity? Dude, that model is fucking crazy. No, it isn't Voxel Forge. They just released version 2 of the rules. I think they're doing a manufacturing shift, and I think they moved out from under Warlord as their primary distributor. But Rick Priestley is still working on the game. Alright, I gotta work on the shoulders, and I gotta build the hands. And I wanted to go ahead and do this. There we go. Should have played that instead of Dead Zone. You know, Kursala? Probably. I took Data Nerd's advice, by the way. I got some 6-inch lifts to put under the game table and lift the whole game table about 6 inches. It makes such a fucking difference, and thank you for that suggestion. I wish I would have thought of it, because I would have happily broken those armies out. This upcoming weekend, Hethrir is going to be visiting me, and I think we'll probably break out Antares and give the version 2 rules a run through. There's even boobies. I'm Dr. Rhino. Give me a follow, folks. Put the game table on hydraulics, right? Just push a button. Dead Zone's a great game. It's super, super simple to pick up, which is kind of what makes it so appealing. Alright, I'm going to want to make a lot of this disappear, but what I need to do right now is take a moment and do some organization, because I got all these loose bodies. And that's not necessarily a good thing. So let's make these into components. Dugram, and this will be the DeTomaso. This will be our torso component. Rick and Tim got the rules. Skytrex is taking over all the new models. Don't remember what's happening to the existing ones. Okay, I thought it was something like that. Amishtig. Either way, with the sale going on, I'm just like taking advantage of it to snap up as many of the newer plastic kits that I've wanted for a while as I can, because I'm not sure when new models are going to get made or what they're going to look like, but the ones that exist are really nice, and I love the rules, so I want to be able to keep playing it, you know? Pelvis, Alex Waveley, Alex S. Waveley, perhaps? Either way, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go buy yourself something pretty. Get yourself something to make you feel good. Yeah. Here you go, streamer. Let me just slip that right in your underwear there. I know your game, Rhino. I feel you undressing me with your bits. How you been, by the way, Rhino? How long until Play on Tabletop Day? Is it today? Is that out? Tuesday, okay. I thought it was at least another day or so. I'd be into that, data nerd. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Tiny Hands is a joy. Tiny Hands, as far as children go, is a joy. But, you know, kids be kids. Can't figure out if I want to shit my pants with joy or fear. All you know for sure is you want to shit your pants. And I mean, you know, as long as you have that, your central premise figured out, does it really matter from what emotion the shit flows? Ask yourself that question. What am I doing with my life that this is something I'm talking about? Oh god, okay. Head doesn't move, so that's all just going under torso. PPC. This also needs to go under torso. None of those matter. Okay. Built and custom based 25 models today. I made a whole fucking terrain set, Rhino. Bite it. Oh god, okay. Yeah. You'll get your 10 push-ups during my break I'm going to take in about 25 minutes. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs and I'll do your 10. I'll do your 10, you rogue. I'm pretty happy with most of the proportions, though I do want to modify some leg proportions, and I need to finish building the legs, so why don't we work on that before I concern myself too much with the arms. Starter plus the C3 army box, add some bikes, think that works. What's in the C3? You're talking about the... You're talking about the Strike on Kara 9 starter, which I do recommend. It comes with the nice little version of the rulebook, though it's also worth noting they did just release the version 2 rules for free online. So that little rulebook, like, the game version 1 is fine, but it does have a new edition. So that little rulebook is less valuable now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're getting the starter, you'll just get like some Algoran troops to go along with it. But yeah, the C3 army box plus some bikes, like that's enough to build a small army and kind of figure out where you want to go from there. Took advantage of the Sarissa bundle sale. Foreground went under. Yeah, I saw that. That sucks. Realized that don't have and couldn't find any World War II STLs I like. 20 pounds of laser cut MDF arrived in my state. 7:30 p.m. FedEx claims Thursday. I call BS on it taking that long. Yeah, they had a lot of good stuff. And they did a lot of work with Warlord for that matter, which was nice. Have a mate who already plays Algorand? Oh, that's perfect. Algorand are really very middle of the road. There's nothing that exciting about them, but they're real easy to figure out. The C3 are similar, but their overall tech level is higher. Just always bring the fucking the heavy plasma lance attachment that you get on C3 squads. Always bring it. It's always a good idea. Always bring X-slings and bring some X-launchers. I don't think X-launchers are as good now as they used to be. They used to be fucking dominant as hell. But X-launchers with sling ammunition, or not sling ammunition, but the magnetic web shot is really, really good for dropping pins on people. You used to be able to pin people clear off the board, which is often how I was beaten as Gar. My buddy played C3, he'd bring a bunch of X-launchers and X-howitzers, he'd pay for all of the magnetic web ammunition, and he would just pin my guys off the board, because he gave up on trying to penetrate my armor. Any more experience with building bots? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like, I haven't actually done anything, I've just been talking shit all stream and vaguely moving this around, but here we'll do some work, what do you say? Alright. Now, I want to make this more bell-bottomy. I want to exaggerate this. That might be a bit much. That's... Yeah, let's make that 0.25. And let's bring this back in by about a half a millimeter. I think that's more like what I'm thinking. Now I want to extend this out a teeny little bit. And then we'll do half that for the midpoint. Just want to give it more of that flared bell-bottomy look that you wind up with on those old Kunio Okawara designs. I think the same for here. Let's go out. Like so. Absolutely, Trotsky. I hope that's helpful, and I hope you enjoy the game. You gotta have a flared base. It's dangerous without a flared base, Rhino. Is that gonna wind up being too much? I mean, let's just add it in and see what we think. This is what it'll end up looking like. I think I can afford to even make the foot a little bit more significant if I'm doing it this way. I do think that looks better, though. Automat, this is more about giving myself room to flex the foot around and also leaning into the Kunio Okawara design aesthetic, which has major bell bottoms on the mechs. Convert that to a body. Oh, I don't think I kept that as a sketch, but that's okay. That's okay. I can fudge it. Sometimes I delete sketches a little prematurely. But we can just duplicate that profile. Bring this back in. And give it the chop. Here and here. Yeah, that's more like what I'm thinking. We can go ahead and just gonna make this part invisible. I'm not gonna get rid of it because I might want to bring it back. Terrain on the printer, indeed, Alex. That is, if you go to my Instagram, the last post that I made about the Crystal Badlands terrain, you can see those pieces in it. It's part of that full set. Yeah, I think that's going to be an improvement. And I am going to use that as an excuse. To scale my foots up a little bit. And actually, where's my other leg? Leg basic. I'm just going to go with this other foot that I made. Copy paste. Boom. Got it. Leg basic can go away. And then you, we're just going to move you. Well, we'll move this, because I want the leg a little bit further in. Not quite a half a millimeter. 0.4, 0.3, 0.4. That looks right. Galactic Empire. Wow, that's original. I've never heard of anything called that. Alright, I want to drop this face down because I want this guy to be able to kneel, and you really need the back of the knee pretty open. So we're going to take it down 0.6. Now what we need to do... I need to make a point right smack dab in the middle here. And then I need to make a copy of this. And I need to scale said copy from that center point in a uniform fashion, thank you, to down by 10%, down by 20%. 20% it is. And then we are going to cut the larger one by the smaller one, which should allow us to get rid of these sketches, then drop these faces in. Okay, that's still there. Good. Combine those back up. Earth Colonial Authority? That's not bad. It's very Earth-centric, though. I mean, you know, it is right there in the name, after all. I almost want to make this larger front to back, don't I? Because if I start moving this foot around, it's going to start clip. Like, clipping is fine. It can clip all at once. I don't want it to do it too much. I guess it's not really that bad. I don't need much extra space in there. I mean, the only important thing for that is that it was founded on Earth, I suppose. I don't know. I'm noticing that too, though. Amishtig. That we're getting all these goofy characters in the chat boxes on the actual stream. The same curvature. Let's try that. Go away for a moment. Make a body out of this one. Give it the same treatment. The Thunder Empire. It's all about how you say it. Run by a race of tall, bald creatures who hate fun. They're entirely against, ironically, they're entirely against Star Wars. Terrestrial wars are fine, but no Star Wars. Copy this again. Go through the same process. Let's grab... Why? Stop trying to select literally everything. Thank you. Grab it. Go down to 0.8. Split the big one by the small one. Get rid of one of them. Probably just could have done a combine operation on that. That would have skipped a step. Oh well. What's my thickness here? 0.5? That's not bad. I can deal with that on a light mech. That looks pretty good to me. It's a subtle change, but I think a good one. That enhanced bell bottom and the larger foot. I think that's the ticket. We'll leave the foot as is for now. I thought about adding a flex point in the middle, but I want to try posing it before I do that. Because as soon as I do that, then I'm going to have to start breaking up the instep, and if I can keep it simpler, I think it's going to work better. Oh my god, Dr. Rhino. I thought I was the only person around here who made fun of Tarantino. Alright, I need to do some additional work on this. We need some jump jets in the back. And then I need to build a knee joint that I can actually work with. I'm painting a boob. I feel weird. Are you finally working on that self-portrait? Ordered a Goblin Mini off Etsy. Looking forward to receiving on Wednesday. Ooh. What kind of Goblin Mini, Shiny Mew? Nice to see you moving on to some more genres. Oh god, you set yourself up for that so hard, Rhino. You can't even pretend to be surprised. That's ridiculous. Think about the jump jets a little bit. Use some fillets to establish the basic shape. Not like that. Not quite a pill-shaped. Hey, how you doing, X-Brawn? Looking to make some car tires. What program is this? This is Fusion 360. X-Brawn. There is a free hobbyist version that you can download. It limits the number of projects you can have active at any given time, but it's a very powerful piece of software. It's great for doing things like car tires, because it has lots of like path patterning tools. There is a variant of the Panther that has a snub nose on it. I don't remember which one it is, Trotsky. As far as I know, like, are there any variants of the Panther that... I think there's one variant of the Panther that has, like, a couple of lasers on this arm, but everything else has some modification of the SRM4 and the PPC, as far as I remember. Just a bit burnt out on Ultra Smurfs. Well, don't push it. Give yourself a break, work on something else, Shiny Mew. That's the ticket. This in. Pull this out to about right there. Make that a new body. Shift it to one side, like, say, here, for instance. Let's make a quick cut. What? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. For some reason, my sketch lines are disappearing for no good reason. Let's go ahead and mirror this. I'm always burnt out. The burns never stop coming, baby. Well, that's the thing, Trotsky. Like, it's a normal-sized PPC. If anything, it's slightly smaller than the PPCs I have on the other mechs that have them. It's just that he's a little fella. There's our 55-tonner next to him. And I might even scale him up. I keep thinking that. He might get scaled up until the top of his head is more like right here. Because he's a little squat. Are we doing that? Are we doing that? We're going with the PPC wiener joke? That's so base coat. That's entry level Battletech Rhino. Here's the question. I split you and I do a quick pattern here. How is this going to fit? I want to figure out the angle before I finish detailing it. Not very well. You get a slightly higher angle. That's not too bad. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong, just childish, that's all. That can work. I don't know that I really want to do any other detailing on those. I think those are pretty much good, just the way that they are. Again, I have to remember, this is a very small mini. Those are going to be very, very small details. If I do anything more than that, they're going to get crowded real damn fast. The first mech jacking in history. Oh, God. Fairly happy with this as a knee joint. I just need to make a couple of quick connectors, which I think I'm going to do thusly. Like so. Knock the corners off to the tune of 1/4 millimeter. Yup. Straighten you out and drop you in here. We'll go a little bit larger, just so we don't have a lot of empty space. Non-uniform, single axis. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Now let's make a copy of you. And shift you straight up. Nothing too complicated, but mechanically sound. Using Kolinsky sable brushes for the first time? Really? Your first time? Dude, yeah. They make a pretty big difference, man. Everyone should have some sable brushes. Give myself a center point and widen this out. Now let's go a little crazy on this piece. Knock those fillets off to start with. Draft this back into the thigh. Put them back on. Easy as pie. Hey, how you doing, Gus Schultz? Good to see you, man. Hecaton, welcome back. Let's get the knee out of the way for a minute so I can tell what the hell I'm doing up here. Let's do the same in the front. This is kind of the boring part of this of building these, is when it just comes down to making tiny tweaks to make sure you don't have any mechanical weaknesses. But it's an important part. just so you don't look so ugly, let's drop you in by 0.1 out of the way. Back. Now I just want to see what it looks like if I take all these pieces here and rotate them into a kneel, which is actually slightly... Oh, it's okay. It's okay if getting it to almost 90 clips it in a little bit, the thigh to the calf. That just means that this will be a good, strong piece when it prints, as long as it doesn't look bad, which it really probably won't like that. It doesn't have to be a full 90 because the ankle can rotate too, but that's what the knee's going to look like from the front, and actually that's pretty good. It's not bad. The fact that it's just gently touching there means that it'll actually, in the final resin print, that'll be a solid piece. Stila Rebel, oh my god. As I live and breathe. How you doing tonight, Stila? Welcome in, and thank you so much for that shout out, Data Nerd. We got some painters, we got some streamers, we got some talented artists here in chat tonight, folks. If you're not following Dr. Rhino and Stila Rebel, you're really hurting no one but yourself. Stila, how are things? How's life? It's always wonderful to see you. Give that negative 30 degrees. Okay. Sleepy, rainy morning. Oh my god, that sounds nice. We could do with a little rain over here. It's fucking bone dry in the plains of Colorado. And I think I'll go ahead and extend this back a teeny little bit, give myself some wiggle room. Everybody needs a little wiggle room now and then. .5 degrees should be plenty. Late to the stream, this Mechanic Games, welcome in. It's alright, like, we spent part of this stream fucking shopping, so you haven't really missed much. I wouldn't worry about it. The system is down. Looks pretty damn good. Doesn't twist, but it doesn't need to. Can always fudge that a bit if I have to. And who doesn't like a little fudge? I think the shapes and the proportions are all good now, though, and that's really what I wanted. Alright, now what I need to do... make a few final adjustments for cosmetics. Generate a point there. Scale you from that center point at a uniform scale, and let's take you to 1.1. Alright, before I do that, before I do something stupid, let's copy that. Okay, now we can do that, because that would have been a dumb duty head thing to do. Take you out to 1.2. That looks pretty good. Split you by you. Make you disappear. Get rid of the superfluous sketches. This is an entirely cosmetic step, but little things like this do look good on the final product. God, I could go for a rainy, sleepy morning, making me so jealous, Steela. It's ridiculous. I sit out here and I watch the storms blow by to the north or the south. That's my life now. Shiny Mew, you lurk all you care to. Lurkers are the lifeblood of Twitch. Alright, I'm going to combine the knee with the two struts here, because that's never going to need to change, and I can always separate it again if I need to, but this will be cleaner. Hundreds and dry for the past week, yikes. And I don't think I'll bother with the same treatment on the thigh. I mostly just want it here, because you gotta remember, when you're looking at a model, 9 times out of 10, you're looking down at it. How often do you look up at your miniatures? And I'd rather have the extra strength here, and then the cosmetic cut in here, because you're gonna see this, you're really not gonna see this. Not that it even matters here, because this can be a solid connection. This will also give me a tiny bit more flexibility if I want it. Alright. So I want you and you. You and you. We're all going down. Into left leg proto, leg basic. Yes. Oh no, I've mixed up my components. That's okay. Let's undo that and then we'll fix it. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. Keeping left leg proto. Now I can move those components in. Now, do I want to do any more cosmetic details on this leg? I'm thinking... 35 hours per batch of walls. Oh no! Didn't notice the brick walls are full height, not waist height. Wait, which ones are you talking about, Amish Stig? The Battletech ones? Are we talking the Hextech walls? Because yeah, they're elevation 2. Yeah, I'm a little, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a little concerned about said American holiday. Because right now I live in the dusty, bone-dry fucking plains of Colorado. And I'm very, very concerned with the, like, fireworks are highly illegal here right now, but people were already setting them off the other day, and I'm just like, It's all we need. It's all we need right now is a raging fucking firestorm driven by the abnormal winds that we've had here, combined with how dry everything is. We've had huge crop die-offs because it's so dry. And, like, where I'm living, if someone does that, I'm just gonna get to stand back and watch as the home that I live in is consumed in a wall of flame. So, you know, fingers crossed. Sweet bundles for the C3, got a free howitzer. Nice, Trotsky. The X-howitzers are real damned effective. Arm left. Put that in there, make the arm disappear for the moment. I'm thinking a single cosmetic detail on the leg is probably a good move. I'm thinking like here to here to here. Mirror that. Offset it by about 0.3. Do a quick split. Damn it, I hate it when it does that. Drop that in by 0.35. Let's make it 0.4. That ought to do it. Doesn't result in any funny geometry or anything like that. Somebody in your neighborhood's blowing stuff up right now. How lucky you are. People are idiots. Setting off decent-sized fireworks every night for the past week here. Live further north of me, and oh my god, Paradox. It's so, and like, it's not exactly any wetter up where you are. You guys have been getting a few more weather systems than we have, but not enough. We've been in drought conditions for like 10 years, and people can't seem to figure it out. Hybrid Panda. You know what? Thank you. It is some old school shit, yeah? Gray Mail, thank you so much for the sub. Drone light shows are better than fireworks anyway. Yeah, we can't afford that shit, though. You know what's nice? You know what I like for the 4th of July is sitting quietly in my home. That's what I'm all about. I think I'm going to add some details down here, too. Trauma Train Rich, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Hybrid Panda? Gregid Nevo just stumbled in. Oh, hopefully the stumbling wasn't too rough. Welcome either way. I'm gonna make a small set of details here. Really not much to speak of. We're going to then create a little pattern, using that as our direction. It's just going to be 2. That's what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and do a quick split face. Which, of course, I can only do that one at a time because I'm a big dumb fart face. That's one thing I don't like about split face is I can only use one profile at a time, so I'm just going to do split body. What printer do I have there in the camera? That is an Elegoo Neptune 2 that is running. Gus Schultz, thank you so much for the resub. 19 months. God, has it been that long? Damn. Wonderful to have you, man. Always wonderful to see you here in chat. Ooh, there's a little bit of a concern. Did I put that too low? No, I did not. Excellent. Drop that in. Wasn't Splitface a Dick Tracy villain? Possibly. He had some pretty interesting ones, to be fair. Yesterday, downtown had fireworks. Today, someone random's doing them. Tomorrow, the town over there's doing them after the parade at 1. Yeah, it's crazy. People just can't wrap their head around it not being a great idea. Oh, that's no problem, Trauma Train. No problem at all. I never mind letting people know. And you can usually hit !STL to get a read on what I'm actually printing. If you're curious, you can go over and check my Instagram. I put a render up today. It's a big render of, oh my god, of this whole terrain set that I've been working on. I've got some pieces of that on the printer right now. That's honestly pretty good. I don't really want to do much more detail than that on the legs, I don't think. Maybe on the actual foot. So, in this case, for several games, they're designed with 28mm sci-fi kind of in my mind, because the terrain set is based largely on the red zones from Command & Conquer 3, or the you know, Tiberium. I guess, were they called? They weren't called red zones in Tiberian Sun, were they? Red zone was a phrase Was it? Can someone remind me, did they invent the phrase red zone for 3, or did they invent that for Tiberian Sun? My brain is failing me. It might have been Tiberian Sun that they first described red zones, yellow zones, and green zones. I should remember this. Hamburg Tack, welcome in, it's good to see you. They were called red zones in the second game. Okay, I thought so, because that's when Tiberium really started taking over the planet. So yes, it's based on the red zones from Tiberian Sun and Command & Conquer 3. And I'm going to have some more pieces coming to kind of flesh that out in the near future as well. So that's kind of what was in my head when I was making it. But it would work for sci-fi, it would work for fantasy. It's pretty setting agnostic, really. It's even fairly scale agnostic. There are pieces that would be really easy to scale up or down. I think you could use them with Battletech pretty easily, like all the way down to 6mm. They're a pretty versatile set, I think. Yeah, 28mm is my primary purpose for them, because I'm going to be using them with Maelstrom's Edge, Beyond the Gates of Antares. I think they're probably good for Conquest. I'm going to be using them with Firefight, a number of 28mm to 35mm scaled sci-fi games. Do I want to put a detail on the instep? I'm undecided. Like, I think this is enough for the calf. I think this is enough for the thigh. Do I want to put something here? Or is that too much? I think just the split hoof foot design might be enough. Ion Raptor, I didn't ask you. I know you would put Greebles literally everywhere. So it's gonna be 6mm Trauma Train. So this is a small figure, because this guy next to him he stands about 45mm tall. So this is a very, very small model, which is why I don't want to do too much detail. I think it's probably fine the way it is too. Yeah, like, I'm tempted to do something there, but I think that instinct is a bad one. Because, like, you know, I look at the details over here, and his foot is almost twice the size of it, though. Yeah, I think we're good. Well, so many bits and bobs, the pilot's nickname would be... Greep. Okay. Oh, Rhino, you goofball. Alright, I think I'm going to call the leg pretty good. Let me finish componenting as a verb. Make sure the flex pieces are where they need to be, which of course they're not. Collapse my sketches for a minute. I'm going to put the knee and this into left leg proto, but then I want to go ahead and make another component. I'm going to get rid of you, because I know I don't want you back. These are all going to go into this component, which is going to be called calf. This is all going to go into thigh. It depends on the size of the foot, I feel like, Alex. And a lot of mech designs wind up having, like, this specific design with the sort of bell-bottom flare and this design of the foot is very particular to, like, Kunio Okawara's designs from the late 80s from Gundam and Fang of the Sun Dugram and so on. And they tend to have a couple more details down here than a lot of the more modern, blocky mechanical versions do. Alright, now I want two completely different components for this, because this is going to be instep. No, don't make a new component. It's going to be soul. And I component these out for a very good reason that will become apparent when posing actually starts to happen. It's going to be foot. So instep and soul will both go inside of foot, and then foot will go inside of leg. Just like that. Now this is a fully functional and posable piece. Let's go ahead and grab my component, please. Calf and thigh. And let's give them a 7-degree rotation in. Like so. Now this is going to be resin. This mech would be... I mean, I guess you could try to print it in FDM, but damn, that would be a rough time. Trini, power up! Saber-tooth Tiger! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, let's refocus on the overall... There we go, there we go, there we go. Go ahead and rotate the entire leg from a pivot point in the center of the foot out 10 degrees. Now let's rotate just the foot. Specifically instep and soul, thank you. Another 5. It's a much more natural standing posture. What an IBO style mech would look like? Oh my god, yeah, bizarrely complex. Iron-Blooded Orphans mechs are some of the most physically and mechanically complex. I like the way Iron-Blooded Orphans ones are built, because they're built with that really narrow internal frame, and then armor plates are sort of put onto the outside of it. I think that Iron-Blooded Orphans probably has some of the most mechanically viable mechs I've ever seen in an anime design. Up until you get to Season 2 and they turn into fucking angels like every Gundam series does. Yeah, the Graze is a great grunt mech. I like, Guzion, the one that has the 4 arms, the extra arms that fold out of its back, and then I like the one at the end of Season 1 that has the 4 legs. It's like a centaur. That one's badass as hell. Fuck yeah, Zaku. That's one of the best designs ever. Galaxy Uni, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's mirror this so Homeboy's not too lopsided, yeah? Yeah, this is a big improvement. Now you see how the widened out calves and feet just changes the profile of the mech. It makes it look much more like something Kunio Okawara might have actually designed. It doesn't have to be huge, it's just proportionally the feet and the calves have that bell-bottom appearance. I think that's fucking perfect. Trini Power Up. This is Fusion 360 that I'm working in right now. Alright, and that's gonna be... leg right. I'm gonna copy and save that prototype leg and make it disappear. And this is gonna be leg left. I can spell the word left. I believe in myself. Make sure I have all the parts. They both have jump jets. They both have actual knee joints. Yeah? Wonderful. Oh, Trotsky, yeah, I'm gonna do a kneeling posture. I made sure that I can do these legs into a kneeling posture. Now, there is a consideration to be made for making the torso independently posable. Hadn't actually thought about that until now. Let me think about that for a second. Let's take a look at what I did with the trench foot. Hey, Project Dark Fox, good to see you. The trench foot's gonna get a simplified version too, because this was the prototype for the posable mechs, and I overcomplicated it a teeny little bit. But we're gonna fix that. In the meantime, let's get rid of the arms. Let's get rid of the torso. That's what I thought, is I narrowed it down to just a simple ball joint. And that actually works pretty well. The question then is how much space did I leave? This is easy enough to do on the other one. I just want to check and see, because that is only 0.6 millimeters. That's not bad. I think I can make that work. Because what's the space here? 0.5. Yeah, no, this can work. This can work just fine. Yeah, the elbows and the trench foot are just like, they allow for maximum posability. That part is just too damn small, though. It looks like a lollipop with the elbow and the peg. It allows you to rotate the forearm freely, which is nice. But with this one, I'm just going to have a few different poses of arm. And the only real joint is going to be the shoulder, so that you can then shift that arm around. Because that's... You have to make a choice at a certain point as far as how much detail is too much detail, how much posability is just making things too fiddly. I can't tell you how many of those elbow joints I've lost, and I made them. Alright. So let's make the torso disappear for a moment. What is my radius on this guy, I wonder? 4.5. Smaller is fine as long as it all matches up. Go with 3.5. Because I'm going to have to allow extra space in the torso, and I don't want to have to make that much larger. Let's try this. I can always change it if I don't like it. Take a piece of the pelvis away. to extend this upward. Make it a new body. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go ahead and create a sphere on top. I'm going to keep this as a separate piece because chances are I'm going to have to modify this. Bring the torso back in. Now we are going to cut a chunk out of it using this as our tool body. Right. Now let's make everything but the torso disappear. Chunk out of the backpack too. Make that go away. Plenty of internal space here, so let's drop you back 0.5. Oh, PDF, dude! I've got open printers right now. I'll run you some off. I'm happy to. See, that's going to start cutting into my SRM tubes. It's not necessarily a huge problem. I did make those particularly deep. How far out do I have to bring them? It's going to be real thin, though. What's my depth here? 0.5. I can bring this out 0.2. And then this out 0.15. We'll see how this looks. This might look fine. Again, we're entering the part where I'm going to have to just start test printing and seeing how things actually work. Now we're going to want to put a little bit of a fillet here. 0.3 should be fine. Damn, that might be extreme. Let's bring this back in 0.1, so that'll be a 1/4 millimeter clearance. That will probably work as a rotation point. Get rid of that, because that doesn't need to be there. It's just the bottom of a vestigial sphere. Let's extend this down some. See where our pelvis comes back in. Let's grab our torso and our arms. And our PPC. Let's move them up 0.15. That should make the torso fully posable on that ball joint. Real narrow waist in there, but that's the only way you can make it fully rotatable. Well, not the only way, it's just mechanically one of the easiest ways. Alright, I feel decent about the hips and waist. I feel pretty damn good about the legs and feet. Shoulder joints need work, and the hands, these are still placeholder hands. I have to build new hands. I'm putting it off because I don't want to do it. I mean, technically, I can do it last. It's not like there's any real reason I can't. I want to make sure that I can make the shoulders work, I guess, before I do anything else too wacky. Let's try fooling with the bicep a little bit, because I'm not totally happy with it yet. I feel like dropping some of these angles in slightly. Maybe not even 5. Let's go with 4 degrees. 3 degrees? That's pretty good. Everybody needs some rocket fists, or at least remote-controlled flying fists. It is Bolt Thrower. This is the DeTomaso, as it has been named by its, I realize I don't have the reference image up. I should. We are planning on having this one, and once I update the Trenchfoot, we're planning on having these cast in SioRes. I say planning on. I'm not going to guarantee that's going to happen yet, because we're still waiting to hear back what the cost per unit's going to be on that, but we're hoping to have these available in SioRes. I mean, how? How could I possibly miss the opportunity to push my favorite button?
Elbow rocket! Now!
Oh, every time. Every time. Alright, I need to make most of the pieces of the torso disappear, but not all of it. So head go bye-bye. I should be able to go ahead and combine these without ruining anything. It's Icy Cube 69! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing, Ice Cube? Combine those. Make this go away. Make this go away. What the fuck? Why is there an extra one? Make that go away. Get rid of this. Let's go ahead and combine all the snorkel pieces into one body and make that vanish. Where did the head go? Let's combine the head with the antenna. And then make it go poof. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you so much for asking. This one's not going to be up on the cults, but something you're making for sale. So the STL will probably also be for sale. I have... No, there is not. There is no Cult of Thunderhead yet. No, the STL should be available on Steel Warrior Studios, and then we're also planning on having them available for people who don't have resin printers to just buy copies. Alright. How do I want to do this exactly? I think I know. You gotta figure out the center point of the sphere, which I can do by doing this. There's the center point of the sphere right there. Now, if I bring this body back, Combine these back together, and then I split it along that center point, which would be the widest point, right? Now, before I do that... Oh, you caught me. You caught me slouching something fierce. And thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we're really trying to get the Siocast pieces up on the store right now, and these are some of the pieces that I want. I am making, you see that the piece of art down there in the bottom left corner? I'm making a Battletech mech. And you can see some of the other ones that I've done. I've got, like this guy I've got here for reference. This is the Dugram from Fang of the Sun Dugram, also known as the Shadowhawk from Battletech. I'm working on a lighter mech right now. They're teeny tiny little miniatures. I need to combine these into one body. And then I need to split them by this. Make this go away temporarily. Get rid of these. And then widen these out. Okay, I can make adjustments from there. Ah, there's a gap there. Shit, okay. That's okay, I can fix that. No gaps. That's a bad gap, I don't want that gap. We're just gonna widen our bicep a little bit, and that should do it. Is that anti-tank on that mech's back? That's a big old gun is what it is. And I've got some better looking versions of that one, if I pull this up. This is one of my personal favorite poses of that one. Because in the cartoon that this one originated from in Fang of the Sun Dugram, this particular mech with that gun on its back would always reach up and pull it down and stabilize it with one arm as it fired it. So this is sort of like a getting ready to fire posture. And personally my favorite pose. Okay. Now, with that matching up, if the next thing I do is to bring this back, slice it here, make this go away, grab this circle, and do a cut extrude out, like so. Bring this back together, make it go away, and then expand these outward. 1.7, so 2mm radius. Ah, it doesn't want to do that. Is this what's going to happen to us? Yeah, it does not. It does not want to do that. I'm going to have to enlarge some things before it's going to want to do that. Let's cut these rondelles off so they're not interfering with anything. And let's widen and enlarge our shoulder. 0.3 to start with, and see what we can do. Wow, you know, there's an easier way to do this. Without fucking with all this wild geometry that Fusion doesn't like to do, it really, really helps the program if you think your way around the problem a little bit. And in this case, the easiest thing to do is to repeat this process to start with. Make this go away. Extrude this out as an actual body. And then press pull it up to, we want a 0.3 clearance minimum. So out to 2. And then just subtract that. I mean, in reality, I guess I could have done that with the whole thing, couldn't I? Huh. I guess that's true. Ah, well, this'll work. Oh, there absolutely are. Ice Cube. There are, I think, 2 of the mechs that most famously get mounted with anti-air weapons just because they're basically gun platforms. It'd be like your Rifleman and your Jaeger mech. It's going to take a little bit more tweaking, but that's okay. Let the torso go poof for just a moment. This is not perfect. I wonder if I give it a revolve. Probably won't let me use that as an axis, will it? No, I'll have to make my own. Center axis. Fine, I'll do it. How did Breen Night go? People kept trying to figure out what the plot of Twisted Pair is. So, not great. No, everybody had fun. It was a good time. So, some of the ones that I made before Ice Cube are from the anime Fang of the Sun Dugram from 1981. This is actually an original design that is based on some American designs. This particular one that I'm working on right now. But sort of reimagined in the vein of that anime. Honestly, I might just leave this and I want to test print. Like, I'm overcomplicating this. I'm trying to do all these revolves and everything. I think I'm just gonna test print this and see how it fits. Because the idea here is that this arm will just sink right on to this joint, and then you can rotate and glue it in any position you want while still having a good amount of surface contact. And I can't be sure how it's gonna fit until I just try it, you know? I've left myself a good amount of clearance, so I think it'll be okay. Oh, you wonderful bastard, Gimishkar. I think Fang of the Sun Dugram is on YouTube again. Somebody's been putting it back up. It got brought down for a little while. How thick is this? 0.9, 0.6? I could bring this in by 0.1 without losing too much. It's a wonderful anime. I love Fang of the Sun Dugrum. It's easily my favorite mecha anime of all of them. It makes a lot more sense to me than Votoms or even most Gundams ever did. Roger, Roger. What's your vector, Victor? We haven't done Airplane. We should do that for one of our movie nights, like a Zucker Brothers night. You know, like Airplane, Top Secret. All the good ones, all the hits, all the favorites. Oh, this is a popular notion, apparently. I mean, for my money, I think Airplane is the best of them. Or not Airplane, Top Secret. I think Top Secret is probably the best Zucker Brothers movie. So I think the shoulder joint will function. Now I just have to make cosmetic shifts to it. Bulk it up a little bit. What are you doing? The fuck is this supposed to be? Oh, Fusion. You so crazy sometimes. Really? That's how you want to do this? Alright. Okay, you know what? I have an answer for you. How about this? Okay, there we go. I guess it's not a perfect solution, but I can make it one. Fusion can be a very idiosyncratic program at times. Oh, I grabbed the wrong piece of geometry. That's why it's acting stupid. There we go. There we go. That's better. And split you by that face there. Take that chunk off, do a quick combine, and we're back in business. What do I think about the Metal Gear Solid series, man? I haven't played Metal Gear Solid in a long time. I played Metal Gear Solid, like, not to date myself too badly or anything. Yeah, Paradox. Kentucky Fried Movie is also great, Rockin' Robin. You're not wrong about that. It's a little off color at times, but it is funny. Yeah, this influence is very particularly from the Zaku. The request for this design is that it is the Battletech Panther passed through the imaginary design filter of the Japanese artist Kunio Okawara. And you would know Kunio's work because he designed the Zaku. In fact, he designed pretty much all of the mobile suits from the original Mobile Suit Gundam in like 1979. So, and you'll see a lot of that same design influence in Fang of the Sun Dugrum, because that's the next anime that he worked on. So when I pull up, like, say, the round facer from Fang of the Sun Dougram, you'll notice a lot of similarities with that Zaku design. Because it was literally the same guy working on it like 3 years later. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. I played Metal Gear Solid 1 when it first came out. And I beat it and it was fun. And it blew my mind. And I played Metal Gear Solid 2. And that was, I wasn't a huge fan. I was frustrated by Metal Gear Solid 2. It was a fun game, but that was, as a young man, that was the beginning of my disenchantment with, what's the writer's name? You know exactly who I'm talking about. Ah, shit. Hideo Kojima. Thank you, Project Dark Fox. That was the beginning of my disenchantment with Hideo Kojima's writing. I started to get this just like, yeah, I think that Hideo thinks I'm an idiot. Because I hated the writing in the latter half of Metal Gear Solid 2. And then I just didn't play them for a while. I played some of MGS3. I never beat it. I enjoy the little things that he puts in his game, like how you can shoot the end before you get to his boss fight, or how you can dial your internal clock forward and he dies of old age. That's cool as hell. I have played some of Metal Gear Solid The Phantom Pain, because the gameplay of The Phantom Pain is really, really good. But I hated the story. I was just like, oh, get past the part with the flaming whale in the sky so we can get back to, you know, sky hooking random goons back to my base. But yeah, like, the games are really, really fun, but I don't like the way Hideo Kojima writes. The mech designs are a lot of fun. I have to give him that. I was a big fan of Metal Gear Ray. I thought Ray was very, very cool. Call Okawara up and have him design our mech. He is an old man now. He is alive, but he is an old man. I don't think he'd be too into it. His aesthetic has also changed and evolved over the years. He's not doing things in the same way that he was doing them in the 80s. So I guess particularly we're going for the Kunio Okawara in the 80s look. I should take a break and stretch my legs and do my push-ups for that matter. And you know what? I'm going to do that here in just a second. Give me a moment. I want to bulk this up ever so slightly. Hamburg Tech. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, fine. Yeah, Revolver Ocelot's bad day. Vergataron, good to see you. How you doing today, man? Yeah, and for a sense of the scale, here, let me show you something real quick. Here, I have my dismounted version of the round facer. This will give you an idea for how big these are supposed to be. Because that in there, that's a pilot's seat. A little man would sit right there, and there are his controls. So they're fairly large machines. But the minis themselves are ironically quite small. Always tired. I'm sorry to hear that, Vergataron. Hamburg. Let me get caught up on chat real quick. I'll take my break and I'll come back. Recently got back into Gundam, so love how this is looking. Anime meets Battletech. That is exactly the idea, Paradox. We're trying to take those really awkward American designs from the 80s for Battletech and just reimagine them through the lens of the anime mechs that existed in the universe at the same time. Been so long you played Metal Gear Solid at a time when the playtime was... Yes, Amistig, and that's what threw me about 2. Was when I started the game and I sat there for 45 minutes watching a cutscene and then it finally let me play and I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? The Wolf Knight, welcome in. Yeah, I was about to say it looks like a Zaku. That's the best compliment you could give me. That's very much what we were going for. Mafik, it's good to see you. Wonder if any of these mechs can beat Megatron. Megatron would be comparatively very small. Megatron would be like... I mean, it would be... like up to here. Like, yeah, I feel like Megatron would probably get kicked in his damn face by a mech of this size. I don't know what the power comparison with Megatron would be, with him having, like, you know, energon cubes and him being all, like, nimbly-bimbly and having energy weapons. Like, it's hard to compare between universes how strong his weaponry would be, but as far as physical size goes, these mechs would be a fair bit larger than he is. Now, Devastator would be a problem. Devastator would probably be, like, up around here. He'd be, like, an assault mech size. Well, and that's the thing that I'm saying, Voxel Forge, is, like, as far as physical size goes, Transformers wouldn't be that big. But within the universe of Transformers, they have, like, crazy power levels, and they have essentially... They're essentially magic, so it's difficult to compare. Plus, Starscream can, like, fly and shit. The bigger ones certainly could. I think an assault mech would probably just step on Megatron. But again, that's a difficult comparison to make. Damn it. What tab am I in? None of these are what I'm working on. Here we go, this is it. Know what else is magic? Your face! Oh my god. I never saw it coming. Let me put this in the pelvis component, which is definitely what she said. Drop that out. Oh yeah, that makes a fair bit of difference, doesn't it? Let me get rid of this. We're gonna mirror that again. Alright, this is how our proportions are shaping up. Now that the final tweaks are going in, I think we're starting to see the proportions really get to where I want them to be. I like the bigger shoulders. I think that adds quite a lot. Ooh, look at that. And definitely the bigger feet. This improves the look of the whole mech so much. And now that I'm pretty sure all the joints will work, all I really have left to do is build the hands. Not bad. Not bad at all. Those subtle tweaks make a big old difference. Alright, folks, give me just a minute. I'm going to put you on the BRB screen. I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to do 10 fucking push-ups. God damn it. I'm going to get some more water, and I'll be back, and we'll go ahead and start on the hands, which is really the last step before I go ahead and put this on the print bed for testing. So I will see you fine folks in just a minute. Ew. How you doing, Waffles? It's good to see you. You know what I hate? My arms are way stronger than my core. That's weird. That's a weird feeling. That's probably not healthy. Oh, God. Well, I know I'm doing pretty good, Waffles. How you doing, chat? How's everybody doing tonight? I hope your night's going well. Mountain climbers or 6-count bodybuilders, those are always fun, right? Yeah. I feel pretty good about most of these. You know what I might do? It's 3 millimeters across. I could afford to be 2.5. I don't think I want to move the arms in. I think that they're a good distance from the torso. It's going to be hard to tell again until I get some test printings actually done, but I gotta stop putting off the work on the hands. The only thing I can do to put that off a little bit longer is to test the flex on the elbows. If I bring it up to a 90, it's clipping into itself pretty bad, so I probably want to drop those a little bit. Got a Challenger Mini, and I have no idea what I need to paint it. So, just like what you need to paint it as in supplies or paints? If only I knew what community had any knowledge on painting and or minis. So, Waffles, what is your experience with painting? Let us know that to start with, and maybe we can go ahead and get you started. So the art on the bottom left is by a community member by the name of Jungle Plague, Steal a Rebel, who was kind enough to sort of pick up the initiative on this idea that I had and provide this panther to us. It is the Battletech Panther. Well, no, it's not the Battletech Panther because that is, you know, a privately owned piece of intellectual property. It bears some similarities to it, though. It's a completely unique design of our own invention, which is known as the DeTomaso, that's it. I told you to stop making up animals, Dr. Rhino. The hand is literally going to be the last thing I do, because here I sit putting it the fuck off. These are all things that need to be done. Oven mitt hands. I call them Ninja Turtle hands. With the 2 fingers, or you can go with alien hands, but it's the 2 fingers and a thumb. Total Recall hand. Yeah. Man, I got 4 kids to feed. Man, I haven't watched Total Recall in a while. It's a shame. It's a great movie. Oh, I see it. Do I have an ice cream sandwich tonight or no? Dr. Rhino, this is a tough one for me, man. Here's the thing, Dr. Rhino. I want you to enjoy a delicious ice cream sandwich right now. I want you to. I want you to have the pleasure of a lovely, tender, sweet ice cream sandwich. But we're technically accountability buddies. And I would not eat an ice cream sandwich right now. Now, I think you can probably afford one more than I can, from what I know and what I've seen. So that's a tough one. But I'll tell you what, Dr. Rhino. One ice cream sandwich. But the next time you ask me, the answer is going to be no. And I swear, if you have two, oh, I swear, I'll know. I'll find out. And then you'll be in trouble. Alright, let's see how this moves. I can get it all the way to 90, barely clipping. That is fine by me. If it needs to go more than that, a little bit of clipping isn't really going to hurt anything. I can bring it all the way up to 105, and it honestly still looks fine. I just paid the $1.25. Okay, Dr. Rhino, then no. No. Dude, no. You already had an ice cream sandwich today, Rhino. It would be irresponsible of me to tell you to have another one. I'm gonna tell you no, then. If for no other reason, then you should hold on to that, and you should enjoy another ice cream sandwich later in the week. That's just a waste. 2 in one day? Get real. Pun expected, there's some problem with the way OBS is picking up the HTML from chat. I don't know. Ice cream soup in a bag. Oh, my old barracks roommate and I used to call that drinky cream. he left like a Cherry Garcia sitting on our Xbox for an afternoon, and by the time he got back to it, it was declared drinky cream. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about that elbow. Feeling pretty good about the shoulder. Fuck, I've got to make the hands. I don't wanna. I hate making hands. I'll do it. I wish I hadn't combined these all into one object. I guess I'll just borrow pieces from this. We'll start from this. This is the placeholder I'm using after all. Sort of claw-like. Well, for the claws, what I'm going to do is put some little Wolverine-style claws kind of on the back of the hand, and I'm going to make the fingers sort of blunt, because they're still just manipulators. We thought about doing the pointy fingers like they did on the... what's it called? On the bear mech. But I like more the Wolverine-style claws on the back of the hand. The snicked claws. Yeah, the Kodiak, thank you. Sewer creature. Oh, thank you for the reminder. You better not be eating a fucking ice cream sandwich right now, Rhino. I suspect that he is, Chad. I think right now he's probably enjoying an ice cream sandwich. And snickering at us. And I do not approve. If you have it in your hand right now, put it down. I just try to scale this. I think it's going to go wonky, but I'm going to try it. Scaling multiple components in Fusion can result in wonkery. Yeah, you see how he's not typing? It's because he's eating a fucking ice cream sandwich. I knew it. Oh, okay. It does want to work for whatever reason, so... what I'm going to do in that case is I'm going to do a quick point-to-point move here to here. I'm going to make this disappear. And we're going to scale it. Oh, that's the wrong way. I don't want to do that. I want to go this way. Everything should be selected. Okay. Let's bring this back in. Uniform scale, and let's just start bringing it down. La da 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 dee. Point 8. Alright, get rid of you. Still here and ice creamless. Are you ice creamless because you fucking ate the ice cream? Okay. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you, Rhino. It may be a mistake, like, not just on this particular topic, but like in the grand scheme of things. It's possible that it's a mistake, but I'll tell you what, it's a mistake that I'm comfortable making. So I'm just gonna like really cheap the hell out on this whole part of the project because I hate making hands from scratch. And I'm just gonna modify these pieces into what I want them to be. Blip. I'll make more modifications as we go. I'm just making the basic pieces now, and then we're gonna fool with the scale and the details. I've heard that. I know people who do the fries in soft serve thing. I don't fully understand it myself. It's not a flavor that I particularly enjoy. Blorp. See, we're almost there already. It's the back of the hand that's going to need a lot more modification for my taste. Fingers are less important. They're very small, so doing fine detail on them is often a waste of time. I'm going to narrow the tips. In fact, I think I'll narrow the whole finger going out. I say finger, what would that be? I guess they're still fingers, even if there's just 3 of them. A mech with 6 fingers on his left hand, right? Work on the back of the hand, then I'll come back to the fingers. Drop that in. Give ourselves a center point. Mirror our fit point spline. Grab these 2, and we're going to go ahead and make the back of our hand a little shapelier. What do you say? But I don't want to cut all that. Just that. And I can turn these into... Wait. The fuck was that? What happened? Go away. Quit interfering, Dougram. Why do you keep appearing when I go to do press pulls? That's so strange. Which component of yours is in here? It shouldn't be. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Let's pull that out. Okay. That's what was going on. I hadn't adequately separated that component. That should be inside of the left arm for the Panther, not inside of the Dougram subheading. Mech does not need fingers. He needs a spike with those clan manipulator thingies, and it's probably cheaper too. Waffles, you are in the land of the Knights of the Inner Sphere. I am a big enjoyer of humanoid mecha. What the fuck? Alright, now I'm starting to get confused. What is happening here? I need you out of this component. Why won't you move out of this component? You should just drag and drop out. It's very confusing. Let me try making a copy. Okay, close that. This is here. Okay, this is out of the component. Dugram is all the way up here. Hand 2, this is the one that I'm working on. This should go into arm left of the Panther. Okay. Now, when I go to modify it, the Dugram should not... Why does that happen? That is so fucking weird. Your visibility is frustrating, so I'm just going to delete you from the design because I can bring you back in later and I don't need you right now. Fusion has lost its damn mind. Okay, now that it's not here anymore, that won't happen. Replace the fingers with mouths! Oh, sewer creature, it's so good to have you here. Mmm, chicken tendies. Fudge sickles. How wide are these? These are only 0.3. I'd like to make them larger. So now this is 0.5. 0.7? 0.5. 0.5 is good. I like 0.5. Those 2 fit points. Now I need to change this into a smoother transition back. Like so. Now take these and create a sweep along the new profile path. That's more like what I'm thinking. It's an odd piece of geometry. Let's get rid of it. It probably would have been easier to start a fresh hand, but I hate it. I hate doing that. I didn't want to. I chose not to. Let's put a little bit of an angle on here. I'll move you back up. Not faces, bodies, please. Thank you. They're not going to be full Wolverine claws. They're more suggestive of Wolverine claws. Replace the fingers with even more fingers. This is why I keep you around, Hamburg. That's so useful. Damn. These components are so small. I think this'll work, though. I guess I probably want to make it a little bit bigger. How much bigger? %? Well, that's non-uniform. I want a uniform scale. Let's try 10% bigger. Let's try 20%. 20% could work. A little large, but not problematically so. Getting a nice upskirt shot on our Panther here. Let's do like that. Nope. That's insane. Why would you do that? You've lost your mind, Fusion. Fit point spline, but I want to make it on this axis. I don't want it to go too far. If I do a sweep and then I cut it off on the bottom, I think that's going to be the best thing for it. So let's try like so. You only want to adjust yourself on the wrong axis? Is that what you're telling me? Come on, man. Fuck you doing? Fine, you know what? I'll do it your way, you fucking idiot. We'll just do a different sketch. Since that'll make you happy, Fusion. You fickle bitch.
No, I don't want to let you make your rails the way you want to. No.
Thinking about it? Oh, don't you dare crash. Don't you dare. I believe in you, Fusion. Even if you don't believe in yourself. Look, I'm sorry. I know I should have made a body and I should have used an existing extruded profile as my rail. I know I should have done that. I should not have asked you to use a theoretical sketch profile as a rail. I know you don't like it. I got ambitious. I did. It's okay, though. It's alright, Fusion. Just figure this out, and I'll do it right the next time, okay? It autosaves every, like, 15 minutes. I won't have lost much work, Sumitho, but I really do hope it doesn't crash anyway. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna take my hands away. Oh, it's thinking hard. That doesn't bode well. Come on, man. If we just believe hard enough... come on, man. Oh, this doesn't bode well at all. The fact that it didn't crash immediately means that it may still pull itself out. Usually when Fusion completely crashes, it just disappears. Sometimes when it gets into this mode, if I give it a minute, it'll... If nothing else, it'll come back and go, I can't do what you told me to do. I didn't even ask it to do anything terribly complicated. I asked it to do a simple fucking sweep on an easily defined single plane profile. What an asshole you are. We're at 2 of Ash. How you doing, Leaf Painting? Good to see you, man. Come on, come on. If nothing else, just crash already. Yeah, let's just find out where my autosave was. I'm done fucking with you. Recovery file created at 8:17 p.m. That's not bad. Come on. I know, it's a big file, even for a recovery file. There you go. Alright, let me save and close these other projects, just because I'm not working on them right now. It's my Friday, so I'm debating painting or gaming. Elden Ring sounds fun, but there's a few things on some minis I'd like to work on. Why not a bit of both? Why don't you game until you get frustrated and then do some painting? I mean, it depends on how much time you have, of course. I've got this guy on the printer right now. This is the alternate arm for the CGL Dragon. You don't need to be saved. You are... Well, I really didn't lose much at all, actually. It's pretty much right where I left it before that operation, so that's fine. Okay. Alright. I've learned my lesson. We're gonna do it the way that you're comfortable with, okay? Watch. It's okay. It's okay, Fusion. I've learned my lesson. This is kludgy and janky, but again, you work better with defined bodies. You don't like it when I use fit point splines as rails. It's okay. That's actually not going to do what I want it to. I think we can still work with it, though. If I use this as little bits of a sketch. Fusion is a very finicky program. Idiosyncratic would be a good word for it. Ooh, what the fuck? Let's try that again. That was not what I wanted you to do. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you hollowing? That's weird. Let's try an intersect operation. Maybe you'll think better with that. Because what you're doing right now is very, very strange. You shouldn't be hollowing anything. You should be using that profile and that rail. Okay, alright. So let's try an intersect. Do you like that more? You do. Okay, holy shit. We finally did it, didn't we? Fusion, you psychopath. And nobody's gonna get hurt. Okay. Wowee. Let's make you into a singular object, and then I should just be able to press pull this up to change the proportion. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. This is what I have been thinking. Now let's go ahead and make another one. Get rid of this first. We don't need this plane anymore. Make another plane, and we will orient it to the center point of the hand. Oh, you're going to do that, are you? There we go. Now we will go ahead and mirror our funny little claw. Oop, let's adjust it first. It's too long. Split it by the base of the wrist. And now we'll go ahead and mirror it. There we go. There is the Panzer's Claw. You appear to be in roughly the correct component and everything. How about that? Alright, well, it's not quite done yet, but it's a hell of a lot closer than it was, so let's get rid of that. Let's go ahead and ditch this arm entirely. Get the fuck out of here. Let's take arm left. What is this? What in the flying fuck is that? Oh! Those are the old rotation points. Yeah, those don't need to exist. Get rid of those. What the fuck are you thinking? Woo! Okay. That is a truly vestigial component from a previous version of the original mech. Okay, I was wondering why those phantom components were appearing. Now let's mirror the arm. And now let's give it the slightest bit of posing. Back slightly, out slightly. Rotate back like so. PPC should be inside of this arm. Excellent. Do a component move for the entire arm. Pivoting on this sphere. Excellent. Rotate back 5. Up 5. Back 10. Give this one a slightly more aggressive tilt. And let's do a quick render and see what we think of this, yeah? This is similar to the pose in the concept art. Not exactly, the legs aren't really posed quite so aggressively, but this is close. Wearing my hand out. Let's give it a little more colorful lighting, shall we? Ah. Oh, Merlin, it very much is. Again, the artist that we're sort of using as our inspiration for this is the Japanese artist Kunio Okawara, who designed all of the mobile suits for the original Mobile Suit Gundam, as well as the 1981 show Fang of the Sun Dugrum. A little bit more tilt on it. I might make the hands larger. They might be a little too small, honestly. Tired lizard brain thought Thunderhead would just pick whatever one to show. Or for next time to just pick one. Yeah, it's... I'm at least as indecisive, if not more so. I might shrink the shoulders just a teeny little bit. I might have bulked them up a little bit much. I might make the hands a little bit larger. Because they look a little anemic compared to the size of the arms, I think. Not too much bigger. I do like the little Wolverine-style claws on the back of the hand. I think that's a good move, but I think they'll also look better. Yeah. I'm thinking the same thing. In fact, we can do that pretty easily. Let me see. Nope. You do it easily if we uniform scale. It's 20% larger. I think that that's probably pretty good. And it is a little teeny tiny once it came down to it. Now it's starting to look like a real fucking mech to me. Oof. Fingers are kind of worn out. Yeah, probably shift it a little bit further out on the forearm, and I think you're right. I want to add in a little bit of a wrist so that I can tilt and shift the orientation of the hand on the forearm. Oh, I'll get to it, Data Nerd. Look how fucking close I am to done, though. All I need to do now is finish the PPC, and that, honestly, I should be able to get that done later tonight. And then do a little bit of posing on some of these parts, and then I can put this on the test printer, and, I mean, I imagine he'll be done, and, I'll have all my poses done by the end of the week. This is a damn good-looking little mech, isn't it? Yeah. I like it. I like the mitten fingers, too. I'm going to do some poses where his fingers are open. He's doing the... I'll have, like, one Vulcan pose. Give him the live long and prosper, you know? I think I'll probably narrow the fingers as they approach the tip, so that they're slightly, like, I mean, they're mechanical, obviously, but a little more... What's the word I'm looking for? A little more natural for something so wildly unnatural. You like it, Journeyman? Merlin Models, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, man. Want to have it fight my heavy arms Atlas? Like... Yeah, that seems fair. An Atlas versus a Panther. How could it go wrong? Your fucking Atlas could swing this dude around by both of his legs. Like a club. I'm just letting the render go for a second because I want to get a good feel for how this is looking. Maybe I'll adjust some of the dimensions on the pelvis just to tighten it up some, since I narrowed the waist as much as I did. I might want to drop the angles for that little, the little pelvic platform. If I pull those angles in, I think it'll give him more of an hourglass shape. I'm definitely thinking he should have, because the way it's going to be broken up is the 2 arms, the torso and head, and then the legs. So it's going to be a 4-part mech, a 4-part model at the end of all this. So I'm going to do individual poses for the legs, and then some individual poses for the arms, and then the torso is going to be the same no matter what you do. So for the legs, I'm definitely thinking a kneeling posture, a running posture, a lunging braced posture, and then maybe kind of a neutral. I think the pose that he has in that concept art. I'll do the legs like that. I'll do one that's more of a deep lunge or brace. I'll do one that's running and then one that's kneeling. And I think 4 sets of legs is probably good enough. I'm really pretty happy with this at this point. This looks good to me. I think the proportions look right. I think any tweaks that need to be made are very, very minor. I think the detailing is pretty good. It's not over-detailed, it's not under-detailed. It's going to be impossible to tell, you know, exactly how it looks until I actually print it out, but let's have a look from behind here. I like the shoulder to head ratio. I like the shape of the bell bottoms. I like the little backpack. I'm gonna put a cable. I'm gonna put a cable on the back of the PPC, probably just plugged into the back of the shoulder, just a little bit of extra detail. And the PPC needs, this is just a placeholder. I gotta put some more details on it. I like his little cat ears. This is a mech that would not look out of place in a 1980s anime, and that is exactly what I wanted out of him. Oh. I haven't really done much work on this guy outside of the streams. I built his head. It's about the only thing that I did. So for 3 sessions, this is not bad. Never said it would be a fair fight. Feels like there should be recessed panels or panel lines on the skirt panels, vertical panel lines on the pauldrons. You think so? The skirt panels, I could see that. Maybe just like a simple block inset into the hip plates. Or maybe a little bit back here. I didn't really look at it from behind. I don't know about the pauldrons. I kind of like the pauldrons plain the way that they are. Again, it's important to remember, this is, like, physically this model is very, very small. This is the part where it's easy to get lost in the zoom in, but bear in mind that these panel lines are 0.3 millimeters wide. They're fucking tiny. Most of these details are right at the borderline for my minimum detail tolerance. And there you go. Yeah, right, PDF? Leave room for decals. It'll be a small decal, but I think you could fit one across the shoulder. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. I'm really a fan of this, the little scuba detail that Jungle Plague added for me. The only thing I'm not sold on are actually the details on the pectorals. Like, it kind of plays into the aesthetic, but let's just try something real quick. I kind of like it better without him. Yeah. I think that's the move. It's just a little too much detail on the torso. This just reads better to me. Am I crazy? Oh god, you want me to... Oh, Sumatha, dealing in asymmetry, that's dangerous territory, my friend. Well, those are missile launchers, Sewer Creature. This is an SRM-4 in the center. I prefer tubes to... The thing that we arrived at, Sewer Creature, is if you have missile tips sticking out of that particular spot, they look a little too much like nipples. It's, that is an HTML error, is what that is. And OBS has been having some problems with that lately, Ren. Alright, I feel pretty good about this. Save a quick render. Do some better ones later on. I think this is gonna work nicely. I'm feeling really, really good about this mech at this point with the final changes that we've made today. But we should go ahead and do the storm report because it's getting late and we've got some to go through, so why don't we go ahead and get started.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, Jungle Plague, you're here! For the love of God. I was just saving a render to show you. Did you get a chance to see it? Well, it's off center because it's precisely on center. Hang on. Because the artist is here, I want to give him a chance to get a look at where we landed. I ended up removing the chest vents. But now you get a good look at it as far as how the overall proportions fit together. I still need to redo the PPC. The PPC is just a placeholder. And for some reason, the material on his waist is shiny metallic when it shouldn't be. There we go. But yeah, you see with the bulked up shoulders and the widened out feet, the head looks much more proportionally like you originally drew it. And yeah, I decided to go without the chest vents. I removed them and it immediately just reads better to me. You have to remember again, these are very, very small pieces of plastic. This is a tiny model. And we got the knee joints all assembled. We've got the hands pretty well put together. We have the shoulder joints at a point where I like them. I have the waist joint, I think, is just about right. think we got good posability in the feet. I added a couple little details here and there. Like, I think we're, like, this is 99%. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, Jungle Plague. I'm pretty happy with it myself. I mean, variants are certainly possible. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and actually do the storm report. What do you say? Oh, pardon me. Oh, up to the top, who we have first? Oh god, it's from Sewer Creature. Oh no, a new experiment with animation primitive, but strikes more of a chord with me. If you're curious, those things on its chin are ears. Behold its twitching majesty. Oh, what? I'm getting a real, like Spacing Guild Navigator vibe from this thing. I love how this arm is just fucked. It's just wrong. And every now and then it's like... It has like a little fucking Quato growing off of its tail back here. Got an extra little limb that spazzes out every now and then. We got what appear to be like some little rudimentary eye stalks. There's a sort of a chisel-toothed mouth up here. It's not even sharp-toothed. It's got like molars. This is adorable. I want one on my desk. Just chilling and twitching. And apparently hearing quite a lot. I have to say, Sewer Creature, I like the way your mind works. Transporter accident. Yeah, I could buy that. Yeah, there's a Cronenberg-esque quality to it, isn't there? Sewer Creature, you are, which part of Shin Godzilla is this? You are refining your particular style into something that I really enjoy. Even when I don't enjoy it, I still kind of enjoy it. Still working on making anything that actually moves instead of just sitting there spasming, but this... See, the fact that it just sits there and twitches and spazzes is part of what makes it work for me, though. Like, its limbs don't really work quite right. This is, like, sort of all it can manage. That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. Sewer Creature, keep up the good work. This is mag-fucking-nificent. I like how there's still, like, a vestigial face. Like, I can almost see where there are, like, sealed-shut old eye sockets here, and, like, a nose, and then where its mouth should be, there are ears. And it's almost like this eye is like its pineal gland. Like its third eye opened up. You know? There's like a from beyond vibe that I'm kind of getting from it. I confess, I'm at a loss for words to a certain degree. It's something. I realize that, like, the 8-bit style is part of its appeal, but Sewer Creature, we should at some point talk about, like, have you ever considered some of your insanity being rendered in 3 dimensions? 16-bit. Okay, all right. Yeah, Tobin Lord, you should appreciate what this fucking monstrosity. Okay, all right. Let's keep going. Sewer creature, I love it. It's wonderful. Here we have from Mafik, the Frostbite's War, Fighting Beast and Vehicles, Blizzard Hounds, Longnose, Ogre Variant, the Fatso, oh, and the Devourer tank. Oh, I'm guessing this is our Devourer over here. Hold on. Blizzard Hounds, Longnose, Ogre Variant, so this is our Devourer. This is our Longnose. Is this our Fatso? Wait, is this glass here? I like how you've defined these sort of planes. The Crushinating Smashmaster. Mafik, I really like how you've defined the angular planes of these pieces here and here by using these simple little lines. That's really, really good. That reads incredibly well. My mind just fills in the corners then on what would otherwise be kind of a featureless space. Oh, this is the Fatso. It is, yeah, it is quite the vehicle. I like how Homeboy here just has like a flail that he's sort of half gripping, sort of half shafting it. I always love the addition of the tubes. You know I love the wide feet on Mecha. And he's a cute boy. Homeboy here reminds me of, I assume Mafik, you've seen Castlevania. The sort of like void hound thing, the demon from the first season, reminds me very much of that, particularly with the multiple sets of eyes and the like glowing horns and the color that you've applied to it. I like how where you would expect there to be a head on this one, it's just a fucking cannon. I assume that the cockpit is down here in the torso, or maybe even down here with a little, there's like a pilot slit that he can see out of. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it thinks it's doing, Sumitha. It's clearly having issues tonight. Very, very cool designs. We've seen some variation of the Longnose's head before. It's a two-pilot. Oh, well, I mean, it's a tank. So you get like a pilot and then maybe a gunner up here. And he gets to look out through its sort of like Super Mario Chomp-esque face that it has going on. Very cool. Very cool, Mafik. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, behold the power of the oil wash. Really wasn't feeling the initial scheme on this Rashar mage. Decided to push through the ass phase to see what came out the other end. Oh god, that is some unfortunate phrasing. I have to say I was pleasantly surprised by the whole thing. You have to push past the threshold, and damn, that came out nice. Good choice of colors, they read really well. Good contrast between this very sort of bright, vibrant purple red and this kind of teal, slightly greenish blue. Good job on the skin tones in particular. Now, was this Happy Heretic, I wonder, was this just oil washing? I'd love to know your whole process on this, because this really came out striking. Very, very well done. Oil washes are an incredibly powerful tool. Oil paints in general are an incredibly powerful tool, but learning to use them quickly and cleverly is definitely the preferred method. This is a wonderful looking model. Black oil wash on top of speed paints, and contrast paints for the most part. Okay, so speed paint, contrast paint, build up your colors, and then you just did a black oil wash to sort of pull out the details and get in the recesses. Very effective. This mini looks fucking great. Very nicely done. Here we have from Wolverine DH. My Jade Falcon Vulture on Frost Base. Simple paint job. Hey, it don't need to be complicated if it's just a fucking one of the green turkeys. Very nice. Classic Vulture. I really like these more simplified dimensions, particularly for the clan mechs. You make them too complex and I just start to lose interest, particularly when you make the Vulture's arms too crazy. I like these simple ones just sticking out the side and then the chin guns hanging off the bottom. Nice job, particularly in getting the right number of missile tubes and still making them large enough that they recess. Because these, on a number of vultures, these wind up so small that they're barely even divots. You got to give them some of that extra depth. Oh, fuck Nikolai Malthus. That fucking guy. Really, really nice work, Wolverine. Wolverine has been working on some pretty damn good designs lately. Alright. Here we have from Sahul Penu. Think I ran into my first bones not being washed right / paint too thin issues. I know for a fact the gray stuff on the hems was painted over, although some of the gray is misplaced while doing the hair and base. I think other than the red being a bit bright for the hems highest high, looks really great. Probably should have only low-lighted the bottom half, or I did on the hood hem to catch the shape. Not look super off. Maybe the same for the highlights. Note to self, wash metallics last to avoid glitter hair. Yes, that is good thinking. A bit bright for the hem's highest high. This looks great. Honestly. Peanut, I'm just going to tell you this. I think you're overthinking it. If you want to change some things about this, or you want to do the trim in a different color, that's great. I'm only going to analyze the red that you have here. You are starting to really buy into what I keep telling you about leaving more contrast, and I would bet that this model reads fucking wonderful at average viewing distance. Like at arm's length, the 3 to 5 foot rule, the red is reading really, really great. The folds in the cloak are nice and deep. You've done a good job picking out the shapes here, the folds here. If anything, you might do a heavier shadow here at the bottom of the cowl, just to kind of separate it a little bit from the mantle. But no, this reads wonderfully. The red is fantastic. You're practicing your layering, you're practicing building up your contrast, and you are succeeding, my friend. Wonderful. Wonderful work on that. Do more like that. More. The cloth came out well. Should have glazed the hem. Didn't think to low light along the cowl. Honestly, you're on the right track. I don't want to derail you at this point, because this shows so much improvement over previous models that you've done, and you're moving in the right direction. The face does read surprisingly well, by the way. Whatever you did here, this is simple and effective. Keep going. Do more. Hell yeah, man. Nicely done. Here we have from 7-Up Man. My 2 kids, a friend, Wheezy, and I each painted a Clan Diamond Shark mini for my brother's birthday. None of us knew what the other would paint. We used the iconic pick by Florian's Spooky Mellies, Fins Up, as an inspiration. This is what my son, 13, came up with. It always wounds me a little bit. It always wounds me a little bit when someone's like, here's what my 8-year-old kid painted, and I look at it and I'm like, it's better than I was painting when I was 20. God damn it. Simple, effective. Looks like he was probably using washes and dry brushes, but used them well. I'm seeing good brush control. I'm loving the transition from the cool white up to the blue. I think that there was a good choice made here with the warm colored base and then using some of that warmth to sort of dust over the white. It creates nice contrasts. Again, good brush control in picking out the metallic parts. Excellent application of the kind of metallic gold to the cockpit. Also great contrast, yellow to blue. This is a well-painted mini. By any standard, this is a really, really well-painted mini. If you just told me, hey, a buddy of mine painted this, I would not assume that your buddy was 13. Why is the camera doing what it's doing? What's wrong with you? Hang on. There we go. It was moving all blocky. For a second, they're all choppy. No, this is really, really well done. Damn nice work. Fins up. Well, it definitely helps that there were good color choices made in the initial concept art. Yeah, well done. Very, very well done indeed. Please pass along my compliments. As I said, if you showed me this, I would not assume that the painter was 13. I was not doing this good a job on minis when I was 20 years old, so please, please, please pass along my compliments, and please encourage more painting. Oh, here we have from Bridget Wolf. I think I'm really starting to get the hang of learning the avatar making program V-Roid. That sounds like a disease. Finished up this avatar of Stella from the Daft Punk music video Interstellar 5555's fucking moth on my desk, you son of a bitch. Hang on. Everybody just hold on for a second. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. You thought this would be okay. But Moth, I'm here to tell you, peace was never an option. Ah, fucker! Come here! Get off! Nope. I see you. You're on my calipers. Oh! Oh! Ho, ho! You enjoy this temporary respite, you filthy little bastard. Oh, you're gonna come back? Are you that stupid? I'm sorry, chat, just give me a moment. It's okay, just settle. Just settle where I can reach you. Get him. Okay. Well, I've got my eye on him anyway. Moth season really hasn't been that bad this year. This is the first time I've had a moth in my office that's kind of pissed me off. It's been very, very mild, which I shouldn't jinx myself too much. Oh, Vergaderung, something about OBS and the way it's interpreting chat HTML is all fucked up today. I'm not sure what's wrong with it. I'm gonna try resetting some of my OBS later and see if that fixes it. Let's keep going though. Finish up this avatar of Stella from the Daft Punk music video movie Interstellar 5555 on stream the other day, fully rigged and ready to go in a VTuber tracking program such as VC Face in about 3 hours. Damn, not bad. I don't understand literally anything about the tech. Well, that's not true. I understand some things about the technology, but not really about the application. Very, very nicely done, though. I don't know the music video. I don't know that I've seen many Daft Punk music videos. I saw that one Daft Punk music. What was the Daft Punk music video? Tron Legacy. That's what it was called. That was a great music video. I enjoyed that one. Yeah, it's that way for everybody. Come on, pun expected. It was a setup for a joke. God. Gotta watch it. I'll watch it after the stream so that I know where our blue-faced friend here comes from. Man, that dress ride's pretty low, doesn't it? Damn. Really nicely done. I'm sure that said VTuber is pleased. And secondly, we have some alcohol marker art of my Fursona Bridget drawn in the Sonic Riders style. Her monowheel, extreme gear in game context, makes use of a rotating laser of sorts generated by the cuff ring you see towards the back. Said cuff ring and the extendable handlebar all fit nicely in her fanny pack, which through the same science behind gravity-based extreme gears serves as a levitating seat. So the fanny pack is the attachment point, and then it generates a wheel. Man, that sounds convenient as all hell. Really nicely done. I continue to love your style of art, Bridget. It reminds me so much of the art that was coming out in the mid to late 90s. The 2000s really put a different spin on things. But then I'm not, show us the wheel. Oh, it's this thing, isn't it? It's a big old, like, laser wheel. Really gorgeous. I love the lighting, too. I love the object source lighting with the green all being cast across the character. That's really, really well done. Reads very naturally. Also, rocking a boba tea, it looks like. And why not? It is 2022, after all. That's what I take away from it. That is absolutely what I take away from it, Bridget, so damn well done. It's a lot in the proportions, too. Always with the boba tea. Yeah, people seem to like it. All right. Let's keep going here. We have from Journeyman Paint Hour. You guessed it. I am indeed in HI? Thanks to work, got a few hours and explored the USS Missouri. The peace treaty ending in World... my brain is coming apart. Where the peace treaty ending World War II in the Pacific Theater was signed. Yeah, I just figured that out. I was like, well, that would have to be in Hawaii. I just realized I didn't know what the state abbreviation for Hawaii was. I guess I've never thought about it. I was like, HI, what the fuck? And then I see USS Missouri, and it all comes together. Where the peace treaty ending World War II in the Pacific was signed. Bottom picture. It was a bit sad they have all the lower decks and main guns sealed off, but she is still an impressive ship. And that's right, our picture from last time was that amazing shot from up on the mountain. Damn. I've never been. That is one of the U.S. states I have never... I mean, that and Alaska. I've been to most of the continental United States otherwise, except some up in the Northeast. But that seems like that must be just a hell of a trip. That is cool as hell. But yeah, I would imagine somewhat melancholy. Somewhat melancholy. Well, thank you very much for sharing your trip with us, Journeyman Paint Hour, and still finding the time to stop into our little corner of fucking nerdery on top of all of that. You go ahead and crash, Project Dark Fox. Alaska is better in my opinion. Hawaii is very crowded. Well, there's not a lot of space to be fair. Here we have from Mafik. This is not a work in progress art because this is just a filler moment when I get bored sometimes. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. I'm glad that your filler becomes slimes. We have like a cactus hat slime going on here. We got like a Darth Maul / Gar Saxon slime. We have a slime here that appears to be busting out of some sort of shell. There's a scribe slime carrying a backpack full of parchment. Little soldier slime over here with his little helmet. Another one here with his little like sort of pith hat going on. We have Crazy Ivan slime who's missing an eye and has a roll of dynamite, which probably explains the missing eye. Little demon slime with his little horns. Another one over here who's cracking his way out of like a demon egg. My god. It's obscene how adorable I find these stupid little things. Just a world of slimes. Project Dark Fox, you have a great night, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us again tonight, man. Go get you some sleep. You know, Mafik, you ever wanna share your practice slimes? They're always welcome here. Here we have from Paradox, spider warning, hence the spoiler. I do appreciate that. It's mostly when I'm not expecting them. I don't have like an actual phobia, I just fucking hate them. Have a D&D session today, Saturday, and the DM asked if we could do some spiders for him yesterday afternoon. Got them printed and painted enough for the tabletop today. Isn't it amazing being able to do that in just like a 12-hour turnaround? May do some dry brushing later on, but since spiders scare the crap out of me, they're good enough for now. You know what's funny? Like, these are exaggerated spiders for the sake of D&D, so they kind of have, like, angry faces on them, and their legs are extra, like, pointy. They got, like, a sword spider kind of thing going on. I find this less upsetting than more realistic spider designs. Because, like, real spider faces don't quite have, like, the angry, stylized shapes that we have on here. They're much more passive. They're much more blank. And the legs tend to be more knuckly, and they don't have these exaggerated points on them. This doesn't bother me as much. Because I think it's just my brain is like, I know this is fantasy. You know? It's like, I know that this isn't real. It doesn't read as real to me, so I'm more able to appreciate the aesthetics of it. I love the bases, by the way, with the, like, clutches of eggs and the kind of webbed-up rock. These are really, really nice prints. If they were more realistically proportioned, I would find them infinitely more upsetting than this. Really nice job on these, though. And yeah, being able to just grab a mini, fire it off, throw some paints on. I think a dry brush would do them really well. I wouldn't do the whole thing, but like dry brush the upper points of the knuckles on the legs, dry brush some of the details here on the face. Don't do the whole thing. Just hit a couple of highlight points that would really, really push the contrast and help you see the details a lot better. That's understandable. Anything with 8 legs, man. Anything with 8 legs is going to do a little bit of something to my brain. Those came out wonderfully, though. Here we have from Jungle Plague. Learned about this in a galaxy far, far away. Orange juice, sparkling water, and coffee. Ooh, really? 3-1-1 ratio can add a little more of any to taste. 80% of the sips, it blows your mind and like makes you wonder what you've been missing your whole life. 20% it makes you think, oh my gosh, did I just throw up in my mouth? So you check again, and it blows your mind again. 10 out of 10 must try. Jungle Plague, I have my doubts. I have serious doubts about this. That doesn't sound good at all. I feel like this is like orange juice abuse, and I say this as somebody who absolutely loves OJ. It's one of my favorite of the juices, if you will. Coffee? Like, if somebody else mixed this up without telling me and then handed it to me and said, here, taste this, I would try it. But telling me the recipe, I don't see myself doing this willingly. It does. It sounds fucking awful. And I understand that you're saying it's not. Here's the thing. I don't believe you. But I do appreciate your endeavor to broaden our horizons regardless. That's not what you should take away from that pun expected. That is not at all the intended message. Here we have from Shock21. Stormtroopers, courtesy of Holy White Speed Paint. Holy white! They look quite wonky with way too much gray until I got the black parts done. Blended some white on the flat surfaces. Definitely going to do the rest by the same method. So this is a funny thing about Stormtroopers, and I'm glad that you noted it. I would say 90% of the time when someone paints Stormtroopers for the first time, and they don't look quite right, it's always the eyebrow. It's always the eyebrow. This is, for whatever reason, it's like people have, like blindness when it comes to Stormtrooper costumes for that one particular detail, and that's the eyebrow. There is this band of black across the top of the eyes on Stormtrooper armor. And people forget to paint it constantly. It's weird. They'll look at pictures of them, and it's like they just don't see it. And then if you don't add it, they just look wrong. But yeah, you get in there and you do the little, like the mouth grill parts, you do the little connection points on the bottom of the face mask, and you do the eyebrow, and suddenly it all comes together. Jungle Plague, get some sleep, man. Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm glad you like the look of the DeTomaso. I'm going to be test printing it this week. But shit, yeah, these came out nice. The speed paints are surprisingly effective, and particularly with Stormtroopers, like, I've done high effort paint jobs on these exact models. The fact is, you just need so many of them. This looks fucking great, man. Do more like this. Very, very nicely done, Shock. Here we have from Pun Expected, serving up some cake for the report tonight. Trying to do moonlight and lantern lit scene. Working in desaturated colors is tricky. Oh my god. Yeah. That's some tricky lantern light, you know what I mean? Moonlight and lantern light, that is interesting. So we definitely have our light source down here, which is reading well so far against the hip and our kitty cat. Where is the moonlight source? I like how it's picking up the edge, the toe here and the edge of the foot here. That reads very well. The shoulder, a little bit of the face. Moonlight from the opposite direction, I'm gonna guess? The fill light is moonlight. Need to blue it some more. Yeah, I would definitely say that pick up some cooler tones in the moonlight to build up that contrast, and it's going to read better. The lantern light so far is reading very natural to me. I think that all the positions of it are pretty excellent. Maybe a little bit of it here on the edge of the hair and darkening a lot of the hair in general. So that's the thing with OSL too, and obviously you know this, Pun Expected. You've given me advice on this. I'm just going to say, bringing your darks down more, building up that contrast. As Wapple will never hesitate to tell us you cannot have light without dark, you cannot have dark without light. So bring that dark down. And I mean, obviously, this is a work in progress, and we've got a lot of excess light reading off of satin finishes here. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, and not just because of booty, but the actual way the light is playing and reading is working well for me. Obviously, we haven't done much down here on the floorboards, but this is going to be another area where it's going to be important to get the light reading properly. A helmet and a sword to add in there. Okay, yeah, so there is more to do. Really well done so far, though, pun expected. I can't wait to see that one coming together more. Here we have from Wheezy. Been uninspired over the last few weeks. I know the feeling when it comes to painting. This is on my painting table. Can't quite get myself to finish it. Can you help me find my mojo? I mean, this looks pretty good to me. I gotta be honest with you, man. This looks so close to done to me. I'm having a hard time picking out exactly what it is. You want to... Oh, he found it. It was under the couch. Yeah, I just base it. I'm going to tell you from an outside perspective then, Wheezy. Just base it. Put some texture down, give the texture a quick wash and a dry brush and say, I'm done. And move on. This mech looks fucking fantastic. I love the pattern that you have on the upper part here for the camo. Reads really, really nicely. Base it, clean it, seal it, call it a day. That's a damn good looking mech. And sometimes just putting the finishing touches on a project, signing off on it and saying, hey, I did it. Sometimes that's all you need to get your mojo back, man, because that interminable period of 90% to 100% can drag on for fucking ever. Trust me, I know I'm in that same spot right now. Base it, edge it, seal it, call it a day. And let's see a finished picture of it, because that's what I really want to see. Here we have from Punished Fink. So yeah, finally finished with my Zeta Galaxy. Decided to batch paint these guys all together. Used a lot of airbrush work on them to help get a nice and interesting gradient for the green. For the jade. Also decided to use scallops for the gray trim. The gray trim. The cockpit glass was a little clumsy and tricky because I used liquid mask to help keep everything where it needed to be. It helped, but there are a few places that are messed up. For the bases, I used a summer blend of flock and some grass tufts with colored flock glued on top for flowers. I really like what you did with that, by the way. All in all, there's more I could do to elevate the paint job, but still very happy with how it all turned out. Eventually, Punished Fink, you're going to stop saying that, because let me tell you what. You can always say that. Dr. Rhino, back me up on this one. There's always more you can do, isn't there? There's always more you can do. That doesn't mean you should. It certainly doesn't mean you should dwell on it. Sometimes you just gotta say, maybe the mini isn't done, but I'm done with it. Exactly. Exactly, Rhino. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and these are goddamn good. So much of what works about these minis is the basing. You made some great choices with the basing. It's a fairly monochromatic color scheme. And if you did, like, cool, like, blue-colored basing on these, I'll just tell you right now, it would probably read as kind of boring, even with the little splash of magenta that you have up here. But this is a great example of overall composition helping the figure, because the greens and the reds that are down here on the base add to the look of the model overall. And ultimately, the final result are some pretty damn good-looking clan mechs. And I say that as someone who just hates clan mechs, I'm sorry. But they came out wonderfully. Again, the basing is what draws my eye and helps me see the rest of the figure. Put in a model of an ogre for a paint competition. Started out as a goblin. The painter put so many coats on it became big enough to be an ogre model. Yeah, you gotta stop at some point. And you picked a good time, Punished Fink. Those came out wonderfully. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints. I was digging through the files on my computer and found this. His name is Octavian Reinhardt. He was a D&D character in a 5th edition D&D homebrew campaign. I'm in the Sword in the Sky. Campaign I'm in. There's no period. In the Sword is a sky iron sword forged by a blacksmith called Crafty Kitsune. In a game, the enchantments on the sword prevent anyone other than Octavian from dealing damage with it. If anyone is strong enough to lift it, let alone wield it, the enchantments kick in. Make it act like a rubber training sword. Oh no, Octavian himself is a half-breed, half-grizzly, half-grizzly bear, half-human. I don't want to think too much about that. He's super laid back normally, unless you either steal from his tavern or try to get one over on him. He's also an ex-royal guard, so if someone were to try to betray him, he will not hesitate to kill the scumbag with his noodly enchanted sword. Well, not noodly for him. Perhaps noodly for others. I love how exaggerated his fucking shield is. That's ridiculous. That thing would weigh like 200 pounds of solid steel. Kerchunk. I totally dig it, though. I really like the design of his chest plate, too. That's unique and interesting, and I like the kind of segmented, layered plates you have going on here. This little detail on the polane, I like that. With the sort of hole taken out of the middle of it. Again, that's a repeated design element from over here, and then that shape is again repeated down here on the counters. The sort of segmented greave that he has here. All in all, this armor design is very, very cool. Really neat stuff. Got some good colors in there. Yeah, I agree. I like how this only appears along the edge of the sword, too. Really makes it stand out and becomes a nice focal point. And then the classic balance of warm to cool going all the way up. And then again, another focal point right here for his head. All in all, very, very nicely done. Should be a shield bashing special. Yeah, I'd imagine getting hit by that thing would probably ruin your whole damn month. I also kind of appreciate how the shield looks like it's almost like it's connected to his armor. Like there's a hook right here that it actually links into. Because I'm thinking, yeah, you would need... Oh, I see. It's the same on either side, and the shield hooks into that hole. That's very cool. That's original and neat, and I like it, Shiny Mew. Here we have from Sphere. Put in some more work on my Reductus Saboteur. Ooh, those colors are coming out nice. That hot pink against the... Like, this is one of my favorite color combos. This is one of my favorite color combos, is hot pink and teal. It reads very well. It comes across as warm and rich. I think it's just something that the human eye does, particularly when you got this kind of orangey red for the cloak. It's a very pleasing combination. And the occasional splash of green in there. There. Up here on the little detonator dealy. Man, why did all the cool Gene Stealer models have to come out after I was like, I don't want to play 40k anymore? Why couldn't it have happened many years ago when I was still obsessed with Gene Stealers? These are coming. This is looking wonderful. Looking wonderful, Sphere. Keep up the good work. I hope your stream went well the other day, by the way. It's always good to see you on. Here we have from Toe Bean Lord. Art fight started, and I'm feeling real hyped about it. Oh boy, got 3 pieces done on day 1, with my first revenge being the last one. I got 2 done yesterday and 2 done today. Already working on my next one. The screenshot wouldn't fit, and I didn't want to resize the layer. Still have many more to go, at least 2 more revenges. Also have a small comic plan for a friend of mine for an amazing piece they did for me last year. I must do some justice for just how amazing it is. Feeding off of other artists is one of the best things about being involved in the art community. Oh, we got some memes happening. I don't understand art. Like, I don't know how art fight works. But the fact that you're getting all these done so quickly is damned exciting. Oh, this is adorable. Oh my god, it's Magma Lady. I like this one. This one's interesting. This is cute, too. Just a giant art trading event. I guess that makes sense. I would put this on my wall, right here, like a print of this. I'd put that above my monitor. I love this, but then I am a bit of a cat person. That much at least is true. This is really nice. I like the coloring and the texturing on it. I like the sort of glow effect all across the skin, and then the sort of the magma crustulum really sells the overall effect. Very, very nicely done, Toe Bean Lord. Again, you have such a distinct style. Any one of these pieces put in front of me, I think I'd have a pretty decent chance of identifying the artist. Traditional crafts, 3D, anything. Maybe I'll look into it. I'm not at all familiar with it. I'm glad to see you being so productive, too. Here we have from Merlin models. I've been painting more characters from Betrayal at House on the Hill lately. This one looks kind of like me. Still need to do the eyes. Oh, it kind of does. I mean, it helps that you essentially painted him in your fucking Judge... Oh, no, I see. That's his art. And you just happen to have a badass Judge Dredd t-shirt in the same style. This isn't just Merlin models. This is Merlin's model. Oh, my God. Nice effect on the flashlight lens. That actually reads really well. Good shading on the white shirt, still getting the texture across. I like the blue jeans. You could desaturate the blue jeans a little bit more if you wanted to push the texture on that, but for a board game piece, this looks wonderful. Really, really good job in particular defining this narrow red band for the collar of the shirt, because that is fucking tiny, but it actually reads as exactly what it's supposed to be. You've got a stronger jawline than this guy does, I have to say, Merlin. Wonderfully well done. Here we have from Ren Momo. Here, have this, I guess. 2 hours for all three. Next thing in thread. 2 hours? Shit, that ain't bad. Reads well. I like the brass. Maybe toss a wash on that just to separate the individual shells. Good brush control, good use of washes. The blue is reading better. It looks like you're going a little bit heavier on the contrast. A little bit of dry brushing on these guys would help some of those details pop out, but this is all... Like, it's the thing. I love getting to watch artists sort of progress, because I remember some of the earlier things you painted that you spent more time on, and these are just cleaner. Like, every single thing that comes out of you, Ren, just gets a little bit better, and that's the key, is to keep showing that progress. Good-looking weapons teams. Those heavy stubbers are reading nicely. And next one is in the thread. Let's have a look here real quick. Shablam! We got some blue Gaslands vehicles coming together. Good use of the occasional bit of warm color, the yellows on the headlights and the headlamps in general. I think a couple more warm colors wouldn't hurt, just because we're very cool all across it. Now, admittedly, they're small pieces, and you use them in games that are going to be on potentially warm environments with lots of dirt, lots of desert sand. So maybe that's not really that much of a concern. Still, good use of cool gray and blue. I just feel like a warm racing stripe, like a red or a yellow or even an orange would read great. Very, very slick. Again, good brush control, excellent use of washes. Lovely. Lovely work, Ren. Here we have from POW Rogue, let the screaming begin. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. See, Voxel Forge, man. Will these panel lines show up? I feel like that's so small. Like, I love the design. I like this really, like, stylized skull. It makes me think kind of like of Batman Mask of the Phantasm. And I love your take on the corn head fin-fangle feedly foos, whatever the fuck they're called. I really like this guy. He's got kind of like the ski goggle thing going on, and then these little slashes that come up. Yeah, he definitely has like an evil snowboarder vibe. These panel lines are just, whoa, so small. You think it will, at least on your... I'll have to see physical evidence before I believe it. That's, whoa, like, they look amazing. The design is fantastic. Maybe they would just be really, really fine. The overall shape is what I'm really sold on, though. I love the stylized cheekbones, and I definitely love the drawn-down skull that's going on here. And I like the way the nose kind of pushes out a little bit. Kill, maim, surf powder. Shaka bra. I like the little spikes going up it, too. I'm very excited to see the rest of your Corn Berserker heads, man. You've really been... This is another example, like we were talking about Sewer Creature earlier. Voxel Forge, you are, like... You are refining your craft right now. And you've got room to grow. You've got ground to cover. Only because we all do. But each one is getting better. And I think that as you keep working and printing more and sort of adjusting your style, dude, you've got so much fucking potential. Particularly making stuff for 40k. They will eat this shit right up. Here we have from Sumitha. Don't really have anything worthwhile to share. Somehow I doubt that. So I'm just going to say, coming soon to Thunderhead Studio. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, indeed. Choices, the short stories of Operation Lancaster. And I'll let you guys know at the end of the stream, too. I'm thinking Tuesday, next stream, we're going to try a little bit of story time. A little story time with Thunderhead. I'm going to break out Operation Lancaster, and we are going to read some short stories from Operation Lancaster written by our very own Sumitha, mostly as a way for me to kind of exercise my voice and practice reading and narration. If you care to be here, I'd really appreciate it if you felt like hanging out and giving me some feedback, and please don't hesitate to let me know how it's going and let me know how it sounds. I'm trying right now to get into audio book narration and also like voiceover acting, character acting. It's something that I'm starting at the very, very bottom and just kind of scratching at the surface of right now. And Sumitha has been kind enough to give me permission to read some of his truly excellent writing. So we're going to do some of that. We're going to enjoy some Battletech fiction, and as I said, feedback is absolutely welcome, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys felt like hanging out. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're going to get into those stories later. Here we have from Kursala. Now that Thunderhead has seen these in person, I can share them with the rest of you. It's hard to see at these angles, but I stippled 3 different blues on top of an off-white to make mottled snow ice pattern. These look good. For as simple as they are, these look really, really nice, particularly in person. And of course, I love seeing the trench foot all done up and painted. Red and blue is a classic combo, and you know I have a thing for green crystals sticking out of the ground. Something to do with a video game series from the 90s. I don't know, I can't quite place it. You actually trying to... Dr. Rhino, just drink plenty of water, dude. Just relax and remember to breathe. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Bigger brush, slap faster. I have a hard time arguing with your results, Kursala. Even if it does chafe at the perfectionist in me. I'm gonna refine this design some. Based on what we've done with the DeTomaso, I'm gonna refine some features of this, and I'm gonna end up re-releasing... Well, we haven't really released these files because this was the prototype, but we're gonna get a version 2 done that I think is going to be easier to pose, easier to paint, a couple small changes made, and ready to be cast in ScioRes. Lovely work, Kursala, as always. I love that you make your own paints, too. That's always so impressive. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember, Kursala. The stippling came out excellent. And guys, don't forget to hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs. Some of the paints, the overlays, the glazes, the washes that Kursala makes over there, not to mention the flocking and even the models, are pretty damn excellent. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Y'all can only wish Rio drew Canopian Catgirls. Yeah. I have to say, Rio, I'm a fan of the, like, Dominion Tank Police 1980s sex and violence Catgirl style, and that seems to lend itself more to the way that you do the art. Is this called Noodler's Ink? Am I reading that correctly? What the fuck is that? I'm just not gonna think too much about that. I like the shape of the ears. I like how they're a little bit like horns. Just a little bit. Really excellent perspective on this. I like how you can really tell, like, the anatomy of the shoulder being bent as far back as it is, and then the arm lifted, the musculature down along underneath the armpit, the collarbone coming up. This all reads wonderfully. This is surprisingly complex shit for it to read as naturally as it does. Really, really well done, Rio. I mean, you always do good work, but I do try to pick out precisely what it is you do when I can. That appeals to me so much, and I love the texture that you put on the hair. It always has so much life to it, so much motion. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Giggity ink. Giggity giggity. Here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Don't know if I've ever shown you this, but here's a rough sketch of a possible homebrew regiment for some fan lore I'm working on for fun. The sector of space I'm writing about has an abnormal birth rate of psychers, so this regiment is specialized Tempestus Scion-like regiment of blanks, trained to fight against Psykers. Their armor was created with some bones of past Psykers to amplify their ability against other Psykers. Still need to design this and flesh it out more. Or bone it out more. No, that's not funny. That's not even clever. This is unsettling, though. They literally have human skeletons worked into their armor. I would think that, like sigils or runes, like maybe up on the skull. Not too many of them, but just like a couple, you know, for protection. It's a really interesting idea. No, I haven't seen this semi-serious. This is macabre as fuck. And also wholly appropriate for the setting, I have to say. It's a really neat idea, and I'd love to see some more of your concept art on it. I like how this person is wearing a skull over their face. That person, the original skull, like, this person must have been giant. That's a big piece of skull. I'm in danger. Those are some bold motherfuckers there. They're going specifically after Psykers. They're all psychic blanks, sort of like Eisenhorn's distaff. That's an interesting idea. Here we have from Wombat Combat. Behold, my work in progress. Oh, god damn. Look at that oily non-metallic metal, and this is really simple work, but I have to say, Wombat, you are reading the volumetric highlights on this beautifully. I look at this and I think this is better than the non-metallic metal I've done. This is reading wonderfully. Up here across the helmet, this is fantastic. Down across the pauldron, I'm loving it here. Edge of the shield. This reads particularly well. Your choices of highlight, they're contiguous across individual pieces of armor, and thus they read like an actual light source rather than just randomly chosen highlights. This is gorgeous. Wombat, dude, this is gorgeous. You should have been using oil paints a long time ago, dude, if this is what you're churning out this quickly. Fucking keep it up. Oh my god. Rhino, are you seeing this shit? It's making us look like assholes over here. God, I mean, you know, more than usual. Sometimes I swear. I gotta stop encouraging people. They're all gonna leave me behind. Here we have from Automat Americana. Finished painting my own Marauder model. This is a Mad 5L for those interested. It's my usual paint job, though I did the PPC by painting everything I wanted to glow white, then applying blue or purple glazes in different parts of it. Cockpit glass is my second attempt at using the chrome paint pen. It came out much better this time. The drink is a gin and tonic, but with muddled mint in the shaker. Ooh, how fancy! I can't do gin. I don't know. There's something about gin just... Have you ever seen that fucking music video from, I think it's Lonely Island, featuring John Waters, called Do the Creep? Yeah, because he looks like he's doing the creep. You do the creep. Very, very aggressive stride, but such a cool design. That or he's about to stomp on something. Yeah, he's about to put his full weight onto whatever the hell winds up under that particular nasty clawed foot. Yeah, the Ministry of Silly Walks, I could see that too. He's got a very John Cleese look about him, doesn't he, Rhino? Slick, smooth, well done. I like the chrome. I'm digging the PPC color. Definitely glazing in bright colors over white is very effective, particularly for pieces that are this small. I think sometimes people can forget just how tiny of a scale Battletech is truly at. Lovely. Lovely work, and isn't it a great feeling designing a model, printing it out, and painting it up, knowing that it is yours from start to finish. This just in! Oh my god. What the fuck? What is... Well, this is different. This is the back, and this is the front. I don't recognize this. It's interesting. I love all the curved shapes that we have going on here. The underslung bubble cockpit is particularly interesting. Kind of reminds me in a weird way of those fighter ships from that awful Lost in Space movie. Admittedly, though, the fighters were a cool design. I didn't want to say it, Rhino, but I'm thinking it. Damn. Automat, you just work and work and work, don't you? Yeah, I don't recognize this at all. I'd love to hear more about it, though. It's an interesting design. Here we have from a Vash, speaking of tryhards, look at all these Imperial Fists coming together. Heresy-era Imperial Fists being churned out by the fucking company. damn. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of work even just since the last time we saw him. I love all the Corvus armor. Right now, dude, you're painting like my favorite Legion / chapter in my favorite mark of armor. The rhinos are primed yellow. Oh no, how dare you? How dare you not overcomplicate when you have this much fucking surface area to paint? I'm not even gonna. I'm not even going to address that. What are you planning for the basing of Ash? I'm curious. Wait, what am I looking at for the second one? Working on some more Imperial Fists, and then Star Wars Legion. Okay. Oh, okay, that's why I don't recognize them. These are the new Shadow Syndicate models. Now I see. Here's Maul. There's probably a Gar Saxon in here someplace. We got a bunch of Pikes. These new models are pretty slick. I've seen a lot of people picking up Shadow Syndicate. Custom bases coming in from Elric's Hobbies. You will not be disappointed. I've used bases from Elric a number of times. He does really, really quality work, and he has a huge variety of designs. Some of my favorite 40K models that I personally painted are on Elric's Hobbies bases. Really nice work. You pick up so many projects of Ash. So damn many projects. Sometimes I think I have a problem. And then I invite Avash to share what he's working on. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Let's figure out who we're raiding real quick. Who's doing what? Who's doing what, folks? But my stuff gets done. Oh shit. You wound me, Avash. God damn. Oh, speak of the devil if it isn't Wombat Combat Prime. Let's go tell him what a son of a bitch he is. Literally, how dare he? How dare he paint so well? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Locus and Gentlemax, thank you all for joining me tonight. This has been a very, very productive night. I hope you all are liking how the Panther is coming out. I'm going to be test printing it this week. We should get some files out here pretty soon. I'm hoping to get it cast up in ScioRes. We've got multiple more D-Scene Battletech designs from some very talented artists like Project Dark Fox that we're going to be working on soon after this one, including a Centurion alike. We have a Whitworth alike. We've got a number of really cool designs that I'm very much looking forward to getting started on. We will be back. Tuesday the 5th, we'll be doing some Operation Lancaster live reading. I would really appreciate it if you'd like to hang out with us. I need the practice. I would love the feedback. We're going to be reading some short stories set in the Battletech universe during the Jihad era. Thursday the 7th, we'll be doing 3D modeling again. We won't be doing a movie night this Saturday, but the next Saturday we're going to be starting Band of Brothers, so mark that on your calendar if you would like to join us for one of the best World War II series ever made. This Sunday, possible no stream because Hethrir might be visiting me. If he is here, I'm not going to be doing a stream on Sunday because I'll be playing games with him. Hopefully we'll still get some pictures of that, and then I'll be back on the next Tuesday. Thank you all again for joining me, and thank you to everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. I'm going to send you out of here now and go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.